Righty, here we are again. I just had a little bit of a lunch break, and I guess we're ready to continue. You guys are. Um, hmm. So before we do anything else, I wanted to take a look at some of the Endwalker job changes. Well, depending on how long they are, maybe even all of them, because it is quite interesting to see, I think, what the changes are and how the jobs will be playing in the new expansion, because it is coming soon. It's creeping up on us, the release date, I guess. And yeah, I figured we would check it out and look at the stuff. Because that will help me make, I guess, an informed decision on what classes or what jobs I want to sort of keep an eye on. See whether, you know, I indeed want to play the Red Mage, for example, because it looks really cool. And whether I want to invest into another tank, maybe other than the Warrior as well. Because I will probably, I just enjoy tanking, as a role. So I'll probably keep being invested in that. And so I figured, it'd be nice to start with looking at the job changes. And I have a list of the videos, and these are the ones by Larizar. You guys probably know him. But I think he has it all clipped into nice little compressed changes. And so we'll just take a look, and I'll react and give my opinion. Even though I'm not an expert, full disclaimer. Obviously, I'm such a noob in the game. I haven't even completed Stormblood, and I haven't even played all the classes. So take it with a grain of salt, Just yeah. I'm also saying this for people who might not see this live super. They're not like, who is this guy? I think he's some kind of god or something. But yeah, obviously I have no clue what I'm doing. So without any further ado, let's start off with the one that looked, the most appealing or the most hyphy to me after seeing the job preview trailer. So Larry is great, but Mr. Happy gives a... Oh, okay, that's good to know. What I like about Larry's ones is they're all very compressed. They're not too long, because I don't want to sit here for like hours on end. Maybe we'll end up talking about it a whole lot, but we'll see what happens. All right, let's move it over. So obviously this is Larry's R. You guys know him probably. And I have them all lined up here. So I wanted to start off with the Red Mage. The reason for that is because I am most excited for the Red Mage after seeing the preview of their skills and stuff. I was like, you know what? This looks really good and better than I expected it to be. And that's why I want to start with the Red Mage. And then we're just going to follow up with tanks. Physical, ranged. Mages, I guess, the other two mages. Physical melee. And then we're gonna, end it off with the healers. So that's what we're doing. Alrighty. So let's go full screen. Look at that Red Mage. Shall we? I might pause here and now to talk about it. What we see.
Mage got very cool new toys. Also, hey, I'm Melian over here. Anyway, this is its new job gear in the perfect shade of red. Ver. But first, I have a disclaimer.
And do without.
Sponsored by Square Enix to try out this development build of Endwalker, and everything that you see here is subject to significant changes.
Okay, so right off the bat, he's also saying like what you see here is still up for change. It's not the final product. Although I do feel like most of them will be finalized somewhat. Maybe they will check some of the values of skills, but I think they won't change too much anymore. Since the game is so close to launching. Like, I have no clue how big of a team, obviously, is behind the development, but I don't think they'll change a lot of skills visually. Maybe they'll do some tweaking on the damage values and the healing values and stuff like that, but I don't think they will do a lot of tweaking other than that. Potency, yeah, exactly. Especially ninja? Okay. Alright, let's dive in.
Includes potencies especially. Since a lot of them change throughout all of the jobs, I would not worry about them. But
Right.
anyway, let's take a look. Red Mage's core rotation remains the same, but with some upgrades and a couple additions, along with some quality of life upgrades. It got a new barrier ability that reduces everybody's damage taken by 10%.
Oh, that's
while
pretty good.
increasing healing actions by 5%. It's aptly named Magic Barrier.
That's really cool. That gives them sort of more a push in the direction of also being a support. I mean, they obviously already had the combat res, you know, jokingly getting the nickname Res Mage, but I think that's actually quite cool. Makes them more valuable for the team as well, which I think is always a plus. I like to play the support characters.
Ver Arrow and Ver Thunder were upgraded to Ver Arrow and Ver Thunder 3, which came along with some beefy new animations and increased potencies. And I didn't think the Mad Lads would do it, but we got a third finisher after Scorch. So Red
That looks
Mage's
so
finisher
sick.
is now Ver Holy or Ver Flare, followed by Scorch, and then a 750 potency Resolution.
It's a shame he's wiggling his screen around so much. I obviously don't know all the skills, but it looks really good, especially that red looking ring and then just passing through with the beam.
And yeah,
looks really
that's right.
good.
Ver Holy, Ver Flare, and Scorch all got new animations because they're all AoEs now. Manification will now give you 50 black and white mana instead of doubling it. This means that you can start a fight with the melee combo immediately. It also grants you 6 Manification stacks that...
So right now you don't have to start with building up from range anymore. You could choose to pop that and instantly go for melee. I don't know if that's useful ever, but it's interesting that it gives you that flexibility, I think.
that are instead expended on each GCD that you use during it. So it's just enough to do your 3 melee combo and your 3-part spell finisher. And the melee combo was overall reduced in cost. You only need 50-50 in order to execute the full combo. And this leads to some jolly good fun where you can start with a 100-100 and Manification ready, and you can do 3 melee combos in a row without needing to
pretty
cast
good.
any other spell whatsoever. Yeah, I'm sure all of your melee raid members will love that. I know I do. And after it, you only have to do like 2 or 3 more spells to do another one. I mentioned some quality of life. Displacement and engagement are now the same potency. This will not stop me from backflipping off of the edge. Style points are important after all. They also have 2 charges, which presents even more opportunity for said backflipping. Enchanted Reprise was buffed a bit, so that should help a bit in the times where you absolutely need to move for extended periods of time.
That's good.
Acceleration.
So I like the fact that, you know, they don't punish you as hard for having to move anymore. Which is good, I think. But that also means that probably the upcoming fights in Endwalkers will have to move a lot. You know,
Now has
getting ready
2
for that.
charges. That means even more guaranteed procs and even more melee combos. Woo! And last but not least, we've been asking for this since Red Mage's inception, but Embolden will now increase everybody's overall damage dealt instead of just physical. This is very good.
Nice. I like that change. So now they're not only the buddies of the physical DPS, but also the casters receiving some love. I like that. That's a good change, I think, for Red Mage. Hell yeah.
And that's everything about Red Mage. Thank you so much for watching.
Could
And
do without
videos on the Endwalker
less
job
puns,
channels
but that
around
was
now. So check out the playlist
a
and the
good,
link in the
nice,
description below to watch the
sweet
next
sort of
one. Okay, bye.
quick overview of it. I like that. That was good. Nice. I love that spell. It looks so sick. Oh man. Yeah, Red Mage looks really interesting to me, to be honest. So cool. Alright. So, that was the first one out of the way. I mean, it looks really good, to be honest. Like, I like the changes. I'm not mad at them. I think it gives the class overall a bit more utility. That's pretty good. Right. Then we move on to my main, obviously.
Warrior smash, and it smash good. I think
Oh.
Warrior.
Okay, here we go. Warrior.
Smash, and it smash good. I think if you like playing Warrior, you're gonna still like playing Warrior. And if you stopped playing Warrior before, well, maybe all of the self-healing that it got will bring you back. But first, I have a disclaimer. I was sponsored by Square Enix to try out this development build of Endwalker, and everything that you see here is subject to significant changes.
So
that
the same
potencies,
disclaimer.
Especially since a lot of them change throughout all of the jobs.
Gear doesn't look bad either.
But anyway, let's take a look. Firstly, and most importantly, Onslaught has 3 charges now. Warrior was the first tank to ever get a gap closer, and
I like that quite a lot because it was kind of weird having to wait for that to come off of cooldown. Will that be in PvP as well, or is this strictly PvE? Do you guys know? Like, I have no clue, but I hope it's for both.
So it is asserting its dominance over the other tanks by learning how to do more of them faster. Some of its damage stuff changed, like the Storm's Eye damage buff. It's now called Surging Tempest. I don't know why. Warrior got the same stack treatment as the other tanks. You'll get 3 stacks of inner release, which will allow you to use beast gauge actions for free, and also guarantee.
Wait, what? That is amazing. We get beast gauge actions for free during that time? Oh, that's so sick.
That all of them are crit direct hits, of course. And that too will extend your Surging Tempest damage buff. Now for all the healing stuff. Shake It Off will now heal, in addition to the shield that it gives, for 300 potency.
Oh, that's sick.
Nascent Flash will now also add a 10% damage mitigation.
Wait, what? That's so much self-reliant healing and
400 potency shield. Warrior is a scholar now, and Equilibrium will now give yourself a 200 potency regen. And Raw Intuition is now a 10% damage mitigation, but it will also restore.
Dude, I'm a bit afraid of what kind of boss fights and encounters we're gonna get now. With all that self-healing, self-sustaining, shielding. Damage must be insane coming up in Endwalkers. Holy moly. So that means that tanks overall will probably have to do a lot more management of their mitigation. Even more so.
HP
Holy
for
moly.
each weapon skill that you land at 400 frickin' potency. And then at level 82, it becomes Blood Wedding. Yeah, Blood Wedding. And it adds a 400 potency shield. Man, what the... Warrior is just a healer. There's a new AoE version of Upheaval called Orogeny, and neither of them cost Beast Gauge anymore, so they were just a 30-second cooldown off global now. And finally, at level 90, you get Primal Rend. This is a guaranteed crit direct hit AoE at 700 frickin' potency.
Wait, what? 700 potency? Holy shit. Those values.
It can only be executed after using inner release, but it does not consume your inner release stacks. So that's good.
Boy.
And it's a gap closer with a 20 Lalafell distance. Yeah. And then
20 Lalafell distance, that's pretty good. Honestly, Warrior, I've been sleeping on it because the visually it didn't look as good, but now that I see Larizar play it, it looks really good. Might stick to the Warrior.
I'll do it for Warrior. It got so much mitigation and healing, it's crazy. Thank you so much for watching, and all of my videos on the Endwalker job changes are out now, so check out the playlist in the link in the description below to watch the next one. Okay, bye.
Dude, this skill looks so amazing, honestly. Look at that. I love it. That is sick. Okay, so we become like a self-sustaining monster now. Where it's gonna be awesome for solo content? Yeah, it looks like it. Holy moly, I did not expect that. Okay. So that looks like it will probably still be the main for the foreseeable future. As in like the tank main at least. I would like to pick up a main job for all roles. But That's insane with all the potency of and the recovery as well as the mitigation. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to play warrior. Also a bit confusing to get the mitigations timings down for the new encounters, probably. But yeah, it looks super sick. Hell yeah, I'm all for it. Righty. So I know nothing about the Dark Knight because I haven't touched it really.
You know, Dark Knight and Shadow.
Why does it autoplay? I don't like that. Okay, well. It has been good for a while. Yeah, okay. But I mean, it just gets so much healing. That's kind of crazy. Right. Let's dive into the Dark Knight, shall we?
Shadowbringers, you know, Dark Knight had its time in the sun, or darkness, maybe, rather. And even though this expansion is called Endwalker, Dark Knight thinks it's actually called Shadowbringers 2. This is its job gear. I think it checks all of the edgy boxes, you know, on account of the fact that
it's like a vampire lord.
4 edges. And I like the red tattered crotch cape in particular. But first, I have a disclaimer. I was sponsored by Square Enix to try out this development build of Endwalker, and everything that you see here is subject to significant
I always say Square
Enix.
It
includes potencies, especially.
I guess it's
since
Enix?
a lot of them change throughout all of the jobs. I would not worry about them. But anyway, let's take a look. Firstly, and most importantly, Dark Knight has a new move, aptly named Shadowbringer. You can be the Shadowbringer. It's a 600 potency AoE with 2 charges, and
that's pretty
get one
sick.
Every minute. Not only that, but your Simulacrum also gets the Shadowbringer, so please enjoy. Dark Knight also got the tank spam attack rework. Delirium is no longer a 10-second duration, but will instead give you 3 stacks of Delirium, and you can spend these stacks on either Bloodspiller or Quietus. Reason it's 3 instead of 5 now is because it's a minute cooldown, down from 90 seconds.
So I don't know what's going on there, but that looks pretty sick. Crotch cape, yeah.
Earth is no longer a ground-targeted AoE, but an AoE immediately around you. This required an animation change, of course, where you punch the ground, and this is very important. Not only that, but after you use it, it changes into its combo action.
Wait, so before you had to like click somewhere on the ground for it? This is so much better. It makes it so much more fluid. Obviously, I haven't played Dark Knight previously, but I think that's a really good change. If you had to like click somewhere on the ground in between, I feel like that would be highly disruptive for your gameplay. So that's really good. I think, anyway. You know, I feel like that would make the comboing and the AoE stacking a bit more fluid in gameplay. So I think that's a good change, to be honest.
Salt and Darkness. Yes, Dark Knight is very salty and edgy. Salt of Darkness will make your salted earth pulse for a 500 potency attack, whole bunch of salt. Now, since the other tanks stole Dark Knight's homework when, you know, they all copied the Blackest Night, Dark Knight has 2 of them instead. The new one is called Ablation. It's got 2 charges and can be cast on yourself or a party member for a 10% damage mitigation. And actually, your Simulacrum also gets a new buff.
Huh. So they can now buff somebody else with a shield as well. Much like the Gunbreaker was doing before.
All of its potencies are increased by 300, so you could say it's stronger than you. Here's a nice little thing. When you unmend, it'll knock 5 seconds off of your plunge cooldown. Please do not spam unmend in order to get unlimited plunges. Just because you can, doesn't mean that you should. And that about does it for Dark Knight. I hope you enjoy. Go have fun throwing salt everywhere and be the Shadowbringer. Thank you so much for watching, and all of my videos on the Endwalker.
I mean, I love the Shadow Clone, and then it gets all the abilities as well. That's kind of sick. Look at that ability. That one looks amazing, to be honest. But the thing is, I don't know a lot about Dark Knight. I think it's a good change because, you know, like what he explained, trying to have to click on the ground somewhere to get that AoE off always feels a bit awkward. I remember for example, playing the Mage and having to you know, put your blizzard somewhere down somewhere with like the square, you know, that was always a bit awkward for me. So that's interesting. Oh, Dark Knight had the shield first. Yeah, see, that's how much I know. But it looks good. I just don't have a lot of experience, so I can't really say a lot about the Dark Knight. Yeah, but I think that one change that sort of Larry explained makes it seem like it will be more fluid, which is always a good thing in my book. I like the action in action RPGs. Yeah, so that's good.
Gunbreaker.
Right.
Shadowbringers,
Wait.
you know, Dark Knight
Oh,
had its time in the sun. Gunbreaker.
There you go. Okay. Full screen it. Okay. So this is the one that I like looked at the least out of all of them. Like I haven't even unlocked Gunbreaker myself. So I'm interested to see if I can even get what is changed because, you know, I haven't touched it myself. Let's see.
The arch enemy of Benediction. It was released in Shadowbringers and it was an insta-hit. But how will it fare in Endwalker? Well, for starters, the job gear looks like Squall, and that's already winning in my book. But first, I have a disclaimer. I was sponsored by Square Enix to try out this development build of Endwalker, and everything that you see here is subject to
Makes him look like a rebel
changes.
captain.
That includes potencies especially. Since a lot of them change throughout all of the jobs, I would not worry about them. But anyway, let's take a look. First off, you've got 3 cartridges now, and Bloodfest will fill up all 3, and there's a good reason for that. You have a 2 cartridge spender in that of Double Down, a 1200 potency AoE. It's on a 1-minute cooldown, so you better make sure you have 2 cartridges saved up for it. Heart of Stone gets upgraded to Heart of Corundum, which...
How do you get your cartridges back? I don't get their basic thing, but like sounds good.
Adds
1 minute cooldown is long though.
Mitigation for 4 seconds and a buff that will heal that person if their HP drops below 50% or the timer wears off.
Oh, that's cool.
Continuation has been continued. Whenever you use Burst Strike, you will become ready to blast. Changing continuation button into Hyper Velocity, a new attack, OGCD. Speaking about continuation.
That's pretty good. They get an out of global cooldown spammable. That's pretty sick. Ah, yeah, attacking. Okay, 1, 2, 3 combo. Gotcha.
In the Gnashing Fane combo. Gnashing Fane is now an all-in-one button. It will change into Savage Claw and Wicked Talon as you go through the combo and use continuations.
I like that change. You guys know me and I play with XYZ combo. I think that's a good thing. Because getting too many buttons makes it very chaotic and I lose like the overview of things. So for me personally, I think that's a good change, that it's 1 button.
Very nice for freeing up space on your hotbar. Also,
exactly.
Aurora now has charges. You could hold 2 of them. And actually, believe it or not, that's it. Gunbreaker was already built like a tank, and it didn't need any more changes. It feels buttery smooth, and that's a good thing.
That I like, that it feels smooth. I might try it out just to have the experience on it. But yeah, looks good. I mean, obviously I don't have prior experience, so I can't be like super excited or negative or positive about certain things because I've not touched it yet.
Thank you so much for watching, and all of my videos on the Endwalker job changes are out now, so check out the playlist in the link in the description below to watch the next one. Okay, bye.
So that looks pretty sick, that finisher. I like that Larry has put their most amazing looking skill at 90, I guess this is, at the end as a repeater to kind of show it off. That's good. I like that. Okay, there we go. Oh, go for the Paladin.
Paladin. Endwalker star holy boy. I know.
So I know it's the poster boy for the Endwalker thing, but somehow I'm least excited for Paladin. Although their big giant swords from the sky looked sick, but somehow I'm like, yeah, it looks cool, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe this will win me over. Who knows?
Why you're here. You want to see unlimited blade works, don't you? Well, let me tell you, Paladin got a lot more cool stuff than just that. This cape is one of those things. Seems like it would look really good if you were to, like, you know, like just wear that on the moon or something. But first, I have a disclaimer.
I like the
I was
hoodie.
sponsored by Square Enix to try out
The cloak
this
with the
development build
hood
of
down.
Endwalker,
That
and
looks nice.
everything that you see here is subject to significant changes. That includes potencies especially. Since
Do
a
like
lot
the
of
new
them
gear
changed
appearance,
throughout
yeah.
all of the jobs, I would not worry about them. But anyway, let's take a look. Holy Spirit and a Holy Circle will now heal you. Yeah, and Divine Veil will heal everybody when it procs. Well, not you. You don't get it. And it's not just a little heal. All of them are a 400 potency heal to you. Yeah, good thing too, because I think all the sages might forget to heal you besides, you know, their automatic DPS healing. Sheltron has been upgraded to Holy Sheltron, which still does the blocks, but it's also a 15% damage mitigation and a regen.
So, much like the warrior, they seem to get a lot of bonus self-heals as well as shielding from the gecko. Which is a good thing,
Regen is
I
called
think.
Knight's Benediction. Again, I think Paladin is sick of healers not healing them. Actually, Intervention will also apply a 10% damage mitigation and a regen to your target. So Paladin thinks they could just be the healer instead. You know, do their job for them. Spirits Within has finally been upgraded. You know, we've had it since A Realm Reborn. It's called Expiation, but this time it's also an AoE. Now for a pretty fundamental change. Requiescat is no longer some kind of timer. Instead, it'll give you 5 stacks of Requiescat that can be spent on your magic attacks. This ensures that you will never miss one due to ping or skill speed issues. Also,
That is really good, actually. Because I know a lot of people who play in different regions than where their optimal ping would be. I didn't know that there was a time window where they could spend that on magical abilities. So I think that's a really good change. Especially for, again, people who maybe play out of their own zone. I'm all for that. That's really nice. Yeah. I can see why a lot of people are happy with that, where you just get 5 users and that's it, rather than like, oh yeah, you can spend it in this time frame. That's a good change. Yeah, I can see that.
It will always be instant speed and always increase your magic damage by 100%. Now, since you have 5 stacks, you can use 4 of them
swords
on
look
Holy
sick.
Spirits or Holy Circles, and then go into the real reason why we are all here. The new Confiteor combo. You only need 1 Requiescat to use it, but it will eat up all of your stacks if there are more, so don't let it do that. It's a 4-part combo, and all of them replace Confiteor. It's Confiteor into Blade of Faith, into Blade of Truth, into Blade of Valor. The 3 blade attacks will all restore your MP, and Blade of Valor will apply an 80 potency AoE dot. And it doesn't stack with Goring Blade, so do not override it, you know, like I did right there. Oh yeah, and Intervene is now a 20 Lalafell distance instead of 15. Yes, 1 Yam is exactly 1 Lalafell in distance. And that is Paladin. I'm gonna have to give it up to Paladin. They've really come a far way from A Realm Reborn, and I think this is the best iteration yet. What a way to close out the Hydaelyn and Zodiark era. Thank you so much for watching, and all of my videos on the Endwalker job changes are out now, so check out the playlist in the link in the description.
Looks like they're a lot more self-reliant, same as the warrior. That sword combo of Valor and whatever looks amazing. Like, look at it. That is so cool. So overall, I think they received pretty much the same treatment as warrior, where they're more self-reliant when it comes to healing and shielding. And I do think that time frame thing, getting rid of that was a good thing, especially for our players that, again, like to play on different regions where they might have bigger MS, bigger ping, and are obviously at a disadvantage that way. So yeah, excellent changes. There's not much else I can add to that, but does look good. Poster boy. Great change. Yeah. Oh, I believe it, Chihuahua. Yeah, I believe it. And you played a Paladin quite a bit. Well, whenever you are tanking, you seem to be going for Paladin. So if I do this... Oh yeah, that's actually how you do it, huh? Oh, you lose 1 GCD? Yeah, that is annoying. for sure.
Dancer was the new job in Shadow.
Okay. So the reason, obviously why I started, you know, with the physical range, just because that's the class that I'm currently playing, and I do enjoy the Dancer quite a bit. So, I'm excited to see what they get, what's new, and how they'll be treated in Endwalker as well. Gear looks pretty good, I want to say.
Dancer was the new job in Shadowbringers, and it solidified itself as the core element to the Protect the President strategy, otherwise known as Buff the Samurai. In Endwalker, Dancer got some new tools to help it do just that, along with some healing utility. This is its new job gear, by the way. I particularly think the bow in my hair makes me look extra fancy. But first, I have a disclaimer. I was sponsored
yeah,
by
the bow I'm not
to
super big fan of, but
Endwalker, and everything that you see here
the shoulder thing looks pretty cool.
That includes potencies, especially.
I like the pants and the boots.
All of the jobs,
I think the boots could be a bit bulkier.
But anyway, let's take a look.
But it's not bad.
Firstly, there was a quality of life change to the AoE actions. When you're dancing, the AoE actions will also turn into steps. This will ensure that you can do steps even if you're currently on your AoE hotbar. Also,
that's good. I like that. Because sometimes I'm like, shit, I accidentally clicked my dance to get my standard step back up. And then I was stuck having to finish that instead of actually weaving in an attack here and there. So that's pretty good. I like that as a change. That you're still able to do that.
Your GCD procs changed a bit. The single target combo used to only proc your single target attacks, and likewise for AoE, but now they will proc both. You can only use one or the other, of course, but it provides an on-ramp to quickly switch between your single target or AoE, which is pretty neat.
That I like as well, because sometimes there's a big group of AoE, you know, and you want to, of course, prioritize your AoE rotation, and then suddenly, like, 2 or 3 of them, or maybe 4 of them die, and then you know, it's kind of awkward because then you want to switch to your single target. I think that's really good. That's a change that I'm all for. Makes it more flexible. Also, you are able to adapt to the situation in a better way.
There's also a new way of generating Esprit. Whenever you use your proc stuff like Reverse Cascade, Fountain Fall, Rising Windmill, or Blade Shower, you get 10 Esprit. And you've got a new combo action after executing Technical Finish called Tilana. It's a 360 potency AoE, and it also grants Standard Finish and Esprit to you and your dance partner. There's a new...
That's sick. That's a really good change. I like that. Hey, boy. I feel rather than new job action, it's add more stuff to the original to make the rotations better. Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Fan dance called Fan Dance 4, which is really just a cool bird AoE, and it's a 300...
Wait, yo, that looks sick. Looks like the Phoenix from Coils when Louis Wa turns into it.
Potency cone that can only be executed by using Flourish, so once a minute. Flourish also changed a bit since of the way the procs work now. When you use up your single target procs, it'll eat up the AoE ones as well. You can't use both. And then...
Yeah, it's pretty much... Or Articuno. I don't know. Articuno is the blue one. It's like Moltres, but in Articuno blue. Like a metamorphosis of all of them.
After Devilment, there's a combo action called Starfall Dance, which I never actually used here because I'm a big old dummy. But this is what it looks like.
That's
it's a
sick.
600 potency, guaranteed crit direct hit in a line AoE. You can only use that once every 2 minutes, but that's big. Shield Samba also got reduced to a 90-second cooldown to be in line with Machinist and Bard.
That's nice. Our shield cooldown dropped for the Samba shield. I like that. More utility for the group.
Now,
nice.
Improvisation changed a lot. It will now give you a stack called Rising Rhythm every 3 seconds, up to a maximum of 4 stacks. And you also give everybody an AoE regen. You can stop using Improvisation with Improvised Finish, and it'll consume your Rising Rhythm stacks to create a shield on everybody. This
Oh, wow. So, like, through tank busters or heavy AoE, you can really support your healers with that. That's sick. I like that.
Shield goes up to a 10% of max HP if you were at 4 stacks when you used it. Interestingly, you'll also get the regen as soon as you activate improvisation, so you could even just flicker it on and off just to get the regen if that's all you wanted. And yep, that is everything for Dancer. Thank you so much for watching, and all of my
I like
videos
that.
on the Endwalker job changes.
Because that means, like, you will probably have to coordinate with some of your healers.
To watch the next one.
And
Okay,
you kind of get pushed into the support corner a little bit more. I do like that. I don't know. I enjoy playing support class. Like, I used to be a shaman main, and these are changes that I do like. Some of the more players that lean more heavily towards, like, being a DPS, maybe not like that so much, but then I feel like Dancer's probably not for you. Like, there's other jobs who do that. Look at that Phoenix, that's so sick. Dude, I'm excited for Dancer still. Yeah. Good changes. Not mad at that. Alrighty. Open a Bard.
Bard, the original ranged job, the old guy who walked uphill both ways through Foe's Requiem and Cast Times, has made it all the way to Endwalker. And despite everything, it's still Bard. You could also say it's the only dot-based job now. So if you missed the dots from Summoner for some reason, Bard will welcome you with open arms. I'm sure of that. But first, I have a disclaimer. I was sponsored by Square Enix to try out this development build of Endwalker, and everything
I like
that
their
you see
boots and
here
the hat's
is
pretty
subject to
sick.
significant changes. That includes potencies especially, since a lot of them change throughout all of the
It looks
jobs.
nice.
I would not worry about them. But anyway, let's take a look. First of all, song duration is now 45 seconds instead of 30, and they have a 2-minute cooldown. Also, your dots are now 40.
Already that is a good change. I thought the 30-second window was a bit short, because the proc of it is super RNG. So, I like that.
45 seconds instead of 30. This means you'll be staying in each song a bit longer than before. And
Yeah.
Bard has a new damage utility. When you get through each of your 3 songs, you earn a coda sticker for each one. And when you get all 3, you can execute Radiant Finale for its full effect, a 5% damage buff for everybody for
Yo, that is sick. Wow. That really encourages the bard to go through all the songs, huh? To execute that. That's so cool. Radiant Finale. It also
15
looks
seconds.
nice.
We may not have Foe's Requiem anymore, but this'll do. Bloodletter now has 2 charges. This is great. It means you won't accidentally overwrite Bloodletter procs anymore. This is something that even back in A Realm Reborn we would have wanted. Not only that, but Raging Strikes is now on a minute cooldown, but as a trade-off, Barrage is now a 2-minute cooldown. Oh yeah, and Battle Voice is also a 2-minute cooldown. Yeah, everything is gonna line up so much better on Bard. Your Quick Knock AoE is up.
That's good. I do like when they line up like cooldowns better. Because otherwise it's so awkward. You're like, oh, I have this cooldown, but the other one's still off. You know? I don't
To
know.
Ladon's Bite, and it looks pretty spiffy if I do say so myself. And you have a new finisher. If you use Apex Arrow after your Soul Voice gauge is 80 or higher, you'll get access to Blast Arrow, a new 500 potency line AoE.
That looks
and here's a
insane.
quality of life upgrade. When you proc Straight Shot Ready, it'll last for 30 seconds instead of 10 now. And like the other range, Troubadour is now at 90 seconds. And that is everything for Bard. Honestly, it's actually looking pretty great. The whole kit seems to synergize much better with itself. So be strong, last remaining dot job in 14. Thank you so much for watching, and all of my videos on the Endwalker job changes are out now, so check out the playlist in the link in the description below to watch the next one. Okay, bye.
Yeah. So I love that. Whips at the violin and just buffs everybody with a, was it 5% damage increase? That's so sick, actually. Hell yeah. All for it. Yeah, Bart seems to have you know, sort of, I guess, retweaked most of their cooldowns and like a new ability, I guess, for the group, which makes it really a good support DPS to play, and still the mobility is there. So yeah, I can see myself also enjoying Bard, but for now I'm sticking with Dancer for that. Okay. Yeah, each expansion of Final Fantasy represents one part of the day-night cycle. Interesting. Shotgun time. Yeah.
Machinist
Alrighty, the Machinist.
got the special treatment rework in Shadowbringers, so it was already in a really great spot. In Endwalker, they expanded on what already worked, so it just feels even better. And the new job gear, well, it looks like a Machinist to me. You even got a little utility belt, so you don't have to ask anybody where your wrench went. But first, I have a disclaimer. I was sponsored by Square Enix to try out this development build of Endwalker, and everything that you see here is subject to significant changes. That includes potencies especially, since a lot of them change throughout all of the jobs. I would not worry about them. But anyway, let's take a look. So firstly, your spread shot now becomes scattergun, which is basically just a shotgun. Congratulations on your new shotgun. Then there's chainsaw. It's a 550 potency line AoE on about a minute cooldown. You get to use this whenever it's up, just like drill and air anchor. This also gives you 20 battery gauge, so you know what that means. More queens. She's running on Energizer batteries now. Reassemble also has 2 charges now. So in regards to buffing either drill or air anchor, I offer you this. Why not both? The queen also gets a new finisher called Crowned Collider, a truly marvelous name, fitting of.
So you don't control your droid or whatever at all, right? It's just gonna do stuff on its own. I don't see that anywhere on his bar, so I'm assuming. But that looks pretty
It's a big
sick.
potency finisher. What more could you ask for? Tactician was reduced to a 90-second cooldown in line with the other range, so that's pretty neato. And that is it for Machinist. It really didn't need much changes after the Shadowbringers rework. So yeah, go have fun with your chainsaw. Thank you
Fair
so much
enough.
for watching.
I mean, they
And
just
all
get a
my videos
chainsaw,
will
and
be
I
up
guess
on
a new
now, so
finisher
check out
on
the
the
playlist and the
ad.
link in the description below to watch the next one. Okay,
Round
bye.
Collide. That looks sick as well. Alright. That was a very quick one, obviously. Yeah, they received some changes, but not too much. Where it's like confusing and stuff. And I guess they were already in a really good spot. I heard that from my friend Luke, who also played the Machinist. So, yeah, not a whole lot to add to that. It's just, you know, Machinist gets the shotgun and the chain. Was it chainsaw? Yeah. On to the next one then, I guess. Alright. So,
Black.
this one, to me, I don't know. I how do I say this? So, I guess I really enjoy the idea of being a good black mage, I mean. But it requires so much knowledge about fights and positioning that it kind of deteriorates me from playing it because of that. Because, you know, I obviously don't have that knowledge. But, I don't know. I like the class fantasy and, like, you know, what they stand for. And I think they're interesting. Especially after seeing some of the Void Arc stuff. And people saying, like, oh yeah, that's part of the Black Mage story. I was like, that's pretty interesting. So I like the idea of playing it, but I'm too much of a scrub, and I lack the knowledge to play it on a decent level, I think. But, you know, we'll see.
Mage is power overwhelming. What did it get in Endwalker? Even more power. Man, it must be good to be the main job of the game's producer-director because Black Mage just keeps getting better and better. But first, I have a disclaimer.
True, yeah,
I was
Yoshi.
sponsored by Square Enix to try out this development build of Endwalker, and everything that
That
you
staff's
see
pretty
here
cool,
is subject
with
to
this rolling,
significant changes.
what
It
are those
includes
even?
potencies especially,
Gems?
since a lot of them change throughout all of the jobs, I would not worry about them. But anyway, let's take a look. First things first, Enochian is no longer a separate action, but a trait that activates as long as you're in Umbral Ice or Astral Fire. Not only that, but it gets increased to be a permanent 20% damage buff. You have Raging Strikes always. You can never be separated from your dear Eno-chan
Black
again.
Dolphins,
Never
yeah.
again will you be apart. Mana font also gets reduced to a 2-minute.
So that means that whenever you have your, like, you're doing stuff, you get that thing on the ground? Is that what that it does?
Cooldown, and you can have 2 charges of Sharp Cast for even more procs. And do you like Foul and Xenoglossy? Yeah, you do. Well, here's some more. Amplifier is an ability on a 2-minute cooldown that gives you a free Polyglot stack. Hello, Xenoglossy in the opener. And then also at level 80, Foul becomes instant cast. But let's talk about the most important change, shall we? Paradox. You get Paradox whenever you switch from Astral Fire 3 to Umbral Ice, or conversely, when you switch from Umbral Ice 3 with 3 Umbral Hearts into Astral Fire. Once you have it, Paradox is used instead of Fire 1 to extend your stance timer. It's also 510 potency, so you know there's that. This is the main change to your single target rotation and will encourage the use of Blizzard 4 for all you greedy speed demons out there. The rotation that changed the most actually is the AoE rotation. It got super souped up. Fire 2 is upgraded to High Fire 2, and Blizzard 2 is upgraded to High Blizzard 2. Yeah, that's right. I said the words Blizzard 2 in 2021. It's a targeted AoE now, and you actually use it. High Fire 2 and High Blizzard 2 are both AoEs that will grant you Astral Fire 3 or Umbral Ice 3, so you'll be using those to change your stance in AoE. Now, High Fire 2 will also give you Enhanced Flare, as long as you cast it while you're already in Astral Fire, and that will increase the potency of the next flare that you cast. Freeze is still in here, so don't worry. It doesn't grant you Umbral Ice 3 anymore, but it does give you 3 Umbral Hearts, so it's kind of like the Blizzard 4 for AoE.
I don't know how to comment on this, because I don't know that kit. I have no clue what's going on. I mean, it looks good, I guess. But, like, I don't know what to say.
You end up using that to get multiple flares off. But hey, I didn't.
I guess Black Mage players are happy.
Tour, so I don't really make the rules here. And that's Black Mage. They somehow expanded upon something that was already perfect. Again, thank you so much for watching, and all of my videos on the.
I do like the paradox
changes
stuff.
Are out now, so
That
check
looks
out
cool.
The playlist in the link in the description.
That's like the ice and fire combined. I guess that sort of encourages them to switch between the two. Obviously, you have to at some point if your MP is running low, but yeah, very interesting. I cannot really comment on that too much because I don't play Black Mage, obviously. Hold on, let me catch up on chat a little bit. Also, hey Roman, you started playing the Bard, picked up the Astro, and then Gunbreaker on the go for insta-Qs, made it to level 80, as well as a Red Mage and a Samurai. Oh, hey Mara, I didn't realize you were here as well. And Varn, what's up, man? Those floating things are Dao Mao. The 3 symbols spinning represent life, death, and rebirth. That's interesting. Ice to Fire transition doesn't feel so bad. Yeah, exactly, because of that new ability. Paradox. That looks pretty sick. Now you rarely play Bard? Yeah, I mean, you don't really have time to play them all, huh? And probably your FC or your static will ask you to main maybe 1 or 2 roles. And Notion is Black Mage's Blood of the Dragon. Ah, okay. Yeah, so for Dragoon. Gotcha. No, I kind of get it, I guess, if that's the comparison. You're giving a Sage a try? Interesting. Cleric stance. That doesn't... I mean, I heard about it, but that's the extent of it. I haven't watched Monk yet. We're now coming to the Summoner soon. So that's the next one that we're doing.
Summoner.
Why did he say it so weirdly? Righty. Well, this is probably the job that received the most changes overall, right? You guys probably agree with that. I mean, I played it to 60. Wasn't my cup of tea, but who knows? Maybe with the changes, I might come back to it. But let's see it.
Yes, good old Summoner. No longer a dot or ruin mage with summons on the side, but actual summons. Not only that, but the new job gear is perfect. I mean, just look at that Summoner double. There's a lot that has changed. I mean, it's a complete rework, but let's go over it. I think you're gonna like it. But first, I have a disclaimer. I was sponsored by Square Enix to try out this development build of Endwalker, and everything that you see here is subject to significant
50, you're right.
changes.
Like 55.
That includes potencies especially. Since a lot of them change throughout all of the jobs, I would not worry about them. But anyway, let's take a look. First, let's go over Summoner's non-summon abilities. For single target, you have Ruin 3, which is much faster and beefy now, and Try Disaster for AoE. And
okay, I like that already, because I remember casting Rune was so slow, and it was kind of boring. I was like, Resident Sleeper. I don't know.
Energy Drain and Energy Siphon still give you 2 stacks of Aetherflow, which you could spend on Fester or Pain Flare. This also gives you 1 Ruin 4, which you can use, which is now an instant AoE, and big. And that's it. Everything else you're going to be doing is summoning. Summoner has 2 different kinds of summons. The demi summons, like Bahamut and Phoenix, and then the new elemental summons, like Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan. Bahamut and Phoenix will recharge your ability to summon the 3 elemental summons. And the overall rotation is going to be a...
Whoa. Okay. So you have a window where you have the elemental summons, a window for either your Firebird or Bahamut, and then back to them. That's interesting.
Loop of Bahamut to the 3 primals and Phoenix to the 3 primals. And whenever a summon is out, it replaces the spells on your bar. There are 3 new spells which are used solely for your summons abilities. Astral Flow is for special abilities for every summon. Gem Shine is for single target, and Precious Brilliance is for AoE. These ones are used only for the elemental summons and have a certain amount of charges depending on which summon you have out. And the demi summons will replace Ruin 3, Try Disaster, Astral Flow, and Enkindle. During Bahamut, you have Astral Impulse for an instant single target, and Astral Flare.
Dude, he just straight up gets that that tank buster. What's it called again? Fucking Amok, whatever.
You also get 1 Death Flare and 2 Akmorns.
Akmorn, yeah.
He does all of his auto attacks on his own. You don't have to activate them. And he doesn't follow you around like a lost puppy anymore. He will stay still. Each summon does a big with 2G's AoE ability when it comes out. So Ifrit's abilities are high potency cast times and a gap closer melee combo. You have 2 charges available to use on either Ruby Right single target or Ruby Catastrophe AoE. Then you have Crimson Cyclone to dash into the boss, which combos into Crimson
That looks
Strike.
sick.
Both of those are instant AoEs. Then Titan's abilities are about weaving medium potency instant spells with off globals. You have 4 charges available for Topaz Right, a single target instant, or Topaz Catastrophe, an AoE instant.
I love how the ones of Titan look. They remind me of Earthbenders from Avatar, The Last Airbender.
And after each one of those, you're able to weave in Mountain Buster between them, and then you do a little clap. Garuda's abilities are lower potency, but gotta go fast. Super quick instant spells, along with a casted floor AoE. That's right, we kinda have Shadow Flare. You have 4 charges available to use on Emerald Right for single target, or Emerald Catastrophe.
That's a lot
for
to
AoE.
get used
Then you
to.
have Slipstream
Holy
to
moly.
Cast, which leaves an AoE on the ground, so make sure the boss isn't gonna move out of it. And finally, you have Phoenix to finish it all off. Phoenix will also do its auto attacks automatically and still has the AoE regen. You have Fountain of Fire for instant single target and Brand of Purgatory for instant AoE. It's no longer a 1-2 combo. There's also 2 revelations just like before, and there's a new ability called Rekindle. It's a 200 potency cure on any target, and it grants the Rekindle status. When that person's HP falls below 50%, or if the timer wears off, it'll trigger Rekindle and give them a 200 potency regen. Such flavor. Besides those, you also have 2 carbuncle abilities, because we couldn't forget about you, little guy. Radiant Aegis is a 20% HP shield on yourself and has 2 charges. This is very good because
So they got rid of the other 3, huh? Yeah, the Arrow Friends, yeah.
die a lot. And Devotion has become Searing Light, a 3% damage buff to everybody, but for 30 seconds on a 2-minute cooldown. And that's it. I think I got it all. Also, there's a funny little tidbit. When you're below level 90, you summon Ifrit, Garuda, and Eggies instead. So the little Chimkin Nugget will come out and do a little rock attack and disappear. Still can't believe we get to use Titan. And when you're even lower than that, you have different versions of some of these spells. Like without Bahamut, you have Dreadworm Trance, and before even that, you get Aether Charge and Carbuncle Summons. Yeah, Summoner's gonna be very interesting even at low levels. So what do you think? I freaking love it. Trying to do the rotation in the little time that I had, I felt like I was always summoning something. Actually, there's basically no filler at all. Some people are concerned that Summoner became too trivial, but I think that actually I was pressing a wider variety of buttons more often than I did before. Keep in mind, right now we have 3 buttons that we never use, the Summon 3 Eggies. But in this version, we're pressing those buttons all the time. And also, the rotation contains choices. And where there is choice, there is complexity. I think Uncle Ben said that. We are finally true summoners, and I am a very happy Summoner Dong enthusiast. Thank you so much for watching, and all of my videos on the Endwalker job.
Yeah, I think that's good. You know, what I really like about the class is that they now have options and decisions to make, depending on the situation. It looks really good. It's just a lot to take in. Like, it doesn't at all look or feel like the old Summoner used to. So, yeah, that's just a lot to take in. Wow. It looks interesting. I don't think it's the class for me. But, I mean, some of the abilities look sick. And true, it's much more in line of what a Summoner, I guess, would be class fantasy-wise as well. Summoning all these primals and... I don't know. It just looks good. I'm not hating on it at all. I think the rune being faster is definitely a big up, because I thought it was very clunky and slow. I don't know. It looks cool. It reminds me a little bit of the Warlock with that one. I don't know what the spec is when you get a bunch of imps doing your bidding for you. It looks like it's more involved. Somehow, like it looks a bit more action-packed, which I like. But we'll see. I'm not blown away. I mean, obviously, it's the biggest change in any of the jobs. But yeah, I'm pretty sure like it's for the better, this change. Obviously. But I don't know. It's not my main. The one that I'm excited for the most. Let's put it that way. Sorry about that. I'm not 100% feeling too snuff.
Naruto.
Righty. So then the ninja. The next one.
Naruto Hodo. This is Ninja. Ninja does mudras. Or if you play it like me, Ninja makes bunnies on top of their head. And yeah, this is Ninja's gear. I think it always looks really cool. I like the chainmail. And Trick Attack is still in the game. Okay, moving on.
Looks cool.
But first, I have a disclaimer. I was sponsored.
Reminds me a little bit of Ugiri when you first meet her, except it's black.
And everything that you see here is subject to significant changes. That includes potencies especially, since a lot of them change throughout all of the jobs. I would not.
The new opener's cursed.
But anyway, let's take a look. Endwalker really means end of dots because Shadowfang was removed. Goodbye dot. There is a new GCD, Huraijin. The important part of this is that it grants Hutan. You probably don't want to do this instead of Armor Crush, since Armor Crush is higher potency, but it provides an on-ramp if you ever drop Hutan, or maybe some other big brain strats that I don't know about. Assassination is different. It's like Dream Within a Dream, and then it becomes Dream Within a Dream. Fake it till you make it.
That looks sick.
Alien Edge and Armor Crush will now grant you 15 Ninki gauge, so that's pretty neat. Mace Suite will now not only eat up Suiton to increase your Ninki gauge, but it will increase Babakakra's potency to 400. And your Bunshin dude unlocked a new attack. It's called Phantom Kamaitachi. It sends your shadow to do a 550 potency AoE. Yeah, it's a ranged attack. And if Raiton wasn't already cool enough, it's got a 3-part combo now. You've got Raiton into Fort Raiju into Fleeting Raiju. And both of those are high potency, and both of them are gap closers. Yeah. And then there's one last new skill, Hollow Nozuchi, a triggered ability. When you have your Doton out already, and then you do your AoE combo, it will trigger your Doton to pulse with snakes for 100 potency.
Oh, that's pretty
and that's
sick.
Spammable. It'll happen every time you finish your 1-2 combo. And that is everything for Ninja. My favorite part about it is definitely that new Raiton combo. Thank you so much for watching.
Looks
All
really
my
good.
videos on the Endwalker job changes are out now. So
That's
check
a lot
out
of
the
gap
playlist
closes,
in the link
yeah.
in the description below to watch
I
them.
guess it makes it really easy for Ninja to then dodge out of the way of AoE and incoming stuff and get right back into it, losing minimal downtime on DPS. So I think that's good for Ninja. Again, this is one of the classes that I haven't even touched. I unlocked it, the rogue that is, and I think my rogue's like level 6. So I've only done the 1-2-3 combo and the kick. That's about it. But I don't know what any of it does, but it looks very flashy, and I like that they have a lot of gap closers. The ranged phase is lost uptime. Isn't that good though? Because you don't want to be ranged. I don't know. You guys probably know this better, but I feel like them having more gap closers, being able to stick to targets quicker again, is a good thing, though. But yeah, it looks good. I mean, Ninja is always a good-looking class, I think. Gets a lot of attention and love, so yeah. Looks good. Just don't have a lot to say about it because I haven't really played it at all. Oh, sorry, my nose is just... Right. Well, there you go, Varn. The monk. Yeah, the monk is up next. Okay. Let's see it.
This job got some pretty big changes, and it's about time. Monk players have had to deal with a lot of topsy-turvy stuff over the years, and it looks like it's gonna be in a great spot for Endwalker. But first,
It
I
looks
have
sick.
a disclaimer. I was sponsored by Square Enix to try out this
I do like
development
it.
build of Endwalker, and everything that you see here is subject to significant changes.
What about the flames on the
Includes
ropes? Looks a bit like a hot
potencies
rod
especially.
print,
Since a lot
but
of them changed throughout all of the jobs, I would not
I
worry
like the
about
boots,
them. But
especially, and the
anyway,
gloves.
let's
Those
take a
look
look.
sick.
Firstly, Monk has instant transmission. It's called Thunderclap and has 3 charges. Such mobility.
That is nice.
Let's talk about the big change. Masterful Blitz. When you use Perfect Balance, which is on a 40-second cooldown by the way, and gives you 3 stacks of Perfect Balance, you will gain Beast Chakra, which is either Oppo, Curl, or Raptor, depending on which weapon skill you spent the Perfect Balance stack on. Then you spend those Beast Chakra on Masterful Blitz, which will change into a different skill depending on how many Beast Chakra types that you got. Kind of like Mudra's, but the order of the Beast Chakra doesn't matter, just the different amount of types. They are as follows. All one type is Elixir Field, a 600 potency AoE, and that'll give you a Lunar Nadi resource. With
Okay.
2 types of Beast Chakra, you'll get Celestial Revolution, a 450 potency attack, and it'll give you whichever Nadi that you are missing. And then with 3 different types of Beast Chakra, it'll be Rising Phoenix, a 700 potency AoE, and that gives gives you a solar nadi. Well, what is the lunar and solar nadi for? If you have all 3 types of beast chakra and both lunar and solar nadis, then Masterful Blitz will become Phantom Rush, a 950 potent
That is
AoE
sick.
attack. And then all of these will give you formless
Phantom
fist
Rush
with-
looks insane. I don't know their combos and like the build-ups that well of what they're doing right here, but that Phantom Rush thing looks amazing.
so lets you use a weapon skill regardless of form after. This is such a cool mechanic, and it happens pretty often too, because you'll be doing it every 40 seconds. Now, overall, there are no more fist stances, but there is Riddle of Fire and Riddle of Earth still there, and you get a new one, Riddle of Wind, which will reduce your auto attack delay by 50% for 15 seconds, and that's on a 90-second cooldown. The positional requirements were also removed for True Strike and Twin Snakes. So Monk still has a lot of positionals, but it's not everything. Brotherhood will now guarantee that you get a chakra whenever a party member does a weapon skill or cast a spell. And Arm of the Destroyer will get upgraded to Shadow of the Destroyer, a 140 potency AoE, and it's a guaranteed crit. And that is it for Monk. The biggest change is definitely to Masterful Blitz mechanic and adds some cool interaction to the rotation. Thank you so much for watching, and all of my videos on the Endwalker job changes are out.
I mean, Monk just looks really good. Again, I haven't touched it and played it at all. I haven't even unlocked the Pugilist. I think their previous the basic job is called. Yeah, I mean, it looks super sick. I like that you have to think about where you want to build these little dots. And, you know, that's deciding what finisher it is. It seems quite tactical. And on top of that, you have still a lot of positionals, apparently. So I think it's kind of an advanced melee job, if you will. So
Now,
looks
check out
sick,
the
though.
playlist in the link in the description below.
I
to
like
watch
their
them.
mobility ability as well, where they just heat all over the place. That's just a fantastic finisher, I think, as well. That's the amount of AoE that I expected from Black Mage, like that white flame. That reminds me a bit of Zuko from Avatar as well. A lot of Avatar references, but yeah.
Ah, yes.
Righty. Then we have the Samurai. See what they have in store for us here, huh?
Ah, yes. Samurai. So desu.
With the Sam.
That's right. I know a couple Japanese phrases. And that qualifies me to be your senpai today and teach you the changes of Zabureido. Anyway, this is its job gear, which looks a lot like more traditional Lord Samurai attire, so that's pretty cool. It's got a cool collar, and that means it's really good. But first, I have a disclaimer. I was
Looks good,
sponsored by
yeah.
Square Enix to try out this development build of Endwalker, and everything
Very
that you
traditional.
see
I
here
do like
is
the
subject
padded
to
gloves and the
significant
boots as well
changes.
under
That
it.
includes potencies especially. Since a lot of them change throughout all of the jobs, I would not worry about them. But anyway, let's take a look. Samurai got charges for days. Tsubame Geishi and Meikyo Shisui both got 2 charges. This is very, very, very good. Iki Shoten is now a 2-minute cooldown instead of 1 minute, but it gives you access to the Dimensional Blade Slash, known as Ogi Namikiri, which combos into Namikiri at a whopping 1200 potency. Oh yeah, and it's a
That's a
Kurei.
lot.
If Shoha wasn't enough for you already, you get Shoha 2, Return of the Shoha. It's an AoE version for use in your AoE situations, which means 3 or more targets. Please use your AoE skills on AoE. Thank you. You also get a new AoE combo off of Fuga called Hyosetsu. It grants you the Setsu sticker, otherwise known as that green one. This will provide an AoE avenue of getting any of the 3 stickers you need. Tsubame Geishi no longer gives you another meditate stack, but Ogi Namikiri does, and Shoha's potency was greatly increased to make up for that as well. Another little change to Third Eye, it will no longer grant you the Eyes Open buff, but it will instead give you 10 Kenki gauge. As such, Hisatsu Seigan is now deleted. Goodbye. And that is everything that Samurai
Huh.
got. There are various potencies.
Okay, so they got stacks, which makes it really nice, because then they actually have buttons to press, rather than just their standard combo, I guess, to build the stickers. and unleash that. And that whatever that sweep through the barrier looks insane.
Don't worry about those without seeing any of the new damage calculations. Samurai is still going to be the tippy top of the DPS, so don't you worry. Thank you so much for watching, and all of my videos on the Endwalker job changes are out now, so check out the playlist in the link in the description below to
looks
watch
really
the
good.
next one. Okay, bye.
Like especially this one. Look at that, it's so sick. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, again, good looking class. I've only played it briefly in like a few dungeons. Looks really good. I don't think they needed a lot because they were already top DPS, like Larry said as well. So, yeah, solid class. This skill looks insane, and that's all I have to say about it, I think. Alrighty. Second last. There's actually a lot of melee classes, I just realized. With the Reaper being added. And then we have the 4 healers left. Oh yeah, I believe that monk got too painful. Well, I mean, I don't know how the stances worked, but I remember Raptor stance being a thing. But that was really just from Varn telling me. But it's quite interesting, to be honest. Alright. Well, this is probably, out of all the melee classes, the one I have the most experience on. You know, playing it throughout all of Heavensward.
Dragoon is one of those jobs that's just... Dragoon...
So I guess, let's watch this video of the Dragoon. Already, the gear looks very dark, very grim.
Is one of those jobs that's just so iconic and awesome and pointy that all it really needed was more iconic, awesome, pointy things. Speaking of, look at the job gear. It is so pointy. I feel like I'm gonna get impaled just looking at it. It's perfect for when a dragon tries to eat you. But first, I have a disclaimer. I was sponsored by Square Enix to try out this development.
But yeah, the Dragoon is the one that I have most experience on. So this is probably, hopefully, something I can comment on a little bit, other than, you know,
since a lot of
some of the other jobs.
All of the jobs, I would not worry about them. But anyway, let's
I like the crest in the middle as well. That looks like a little dragon.
Dragoon's rotation was already pretty streamlined in Shadowbringers, but now it runs like a sports car. You've got new finishers, new tools, and more quality of life. Firstly, Blood of the Dragon is no longer an ability, but a...
Yeah, so that already is a good change, because I feel like Blood of the Dragon was really not that hard to keep up. Like, I always had it off cooldown before I even ended it, as long as there was stuff to attack. But that wasn't too hard.
Permanent trait. This means you get it for free and you can never drop your Dragon Balls.
So I think that's good.
You don't go blue all the time anymore, but hey, that just makes Life of the Dragon more special. Full Thrust was upgraded to Heaven's Thrust, and Chaos Thrust was upgraded to Chaotic Spring. This comes along with potency increases, but more importantly, they look good. Cool. There are still positionals on Wheeling Thrust and Fang and Claw, but you don't need to hit them in order to unlock Raiden Thrust, so that's pretty neat. But that's not all. When you execute Raiden Thrust, you obtain a Dragon Scale. It's actually called a First Mind's Focus, but it looks like a dragon skill, so I'm gonna call it that. Anyway, you get 2 of these dragon skills, as in complete your 2 separate rotations, and boom, you get the double dragon attack, Wormwind Thrust, an off global line AoE.
That looks sick.
AoE rotation got a combo finisher treatment as well. Finish your 3-part AoE combo, and you unlock a new AoE that replaces Doomspike called Draconian Fury, which will also give you a dragon scale. And you remember the 10% damage buff you used to get from...
That is so sick. Dude, Dragoon looks pretty good.
Disembowel? Well, now it's called Power Surge, and you get it from doing your AoE combo too. That's right.
Oh, that's sick. So you don't have to choose for your single target in order to get that buff rolling. That's a really good change, I think, for Dragoon.
You can rejoice now. And in fact, whenever you complete either your AoE combo or your single target combo, you'll end up having both Raiden Thrust and Draconian Fury ready, so it provides an on-ramp to switch between single target and AoE combos easier. There's a couple...
Nice. So same as Dancer, they get, even though they maybe build a single target combo, they get the ability to finish it with an AoE or vice versa. kind of similar as what the Dancer received. And I think that's a good change, because that gives them more flexibility based on what is going on in the fight. I think that's a good change.
Lance
for
Charge
sure.
is now a 10% buff, but it's on a minute cooldown, so you'll be using it more often. Along with Battle Litany being 2 minutes instead of 3, and for 15 seconds.
Okay, so a lot of their high-end cooldowns are dropped like by a minute. So that's pretty good as well. You get to use it more often. That's pretty sweet.
Spine Shatter Dive gets 2 charges now, so there's even more chances to die from animation lock. Let's go! And then since Blood of the Dragon is a trait now, there's no more timer on your bar, like on your gauge. They could probably add Power Surge as the timer to the gauge if they really wanted to, since that's also 30 seconds. Would people even like that? I don't know. I'll leave that up to you, Dragoons. Anyway, that's Dragoon. I hope you like it. Thank you so much for watching, and all of my videos on the Endwalker job changes are out now, so check out the playlist in the link in the description below to watch the next one. Okay, bye.
This one looks so sick. The twin heads. But yeah, so that's a good change. I do like it. Similar as Dancer again, where you're not locked in your single target or AoE finishers, respectively. And what I also really like about the Dragoon change is that they no longer have to do the single target to keep that damage buff up, because it also is granted from your AoE combo, which is I think really good, especially if there's like a bunch of targets available. You don't want to build your single target combo first and then spam AoE. So yeah, good changes in my book. Might revisit the Dragoon in the future, who knows.
Reaper is so edgy, and Reaper.
Righty. Well, this is one we don't know anything about, right? The Reaper. So there's a lot of hype around this class. I mean, it looks visually very pleasing. I'm just not one of these persons. I think I just get like I shy away from stuff that everybody's hyped for. I don't want to play what everybody plays. You know? So I'm like,
Reaper is so edgy, and really it's just living its best life. Or afterlife?
I'm happy for the people who finally get Reaper. I know Mara is super excited for it. I'm just not one of them. They look super sick with the black and the cyanide colors and or cyan colors and the green.
And yeah, this does not disappoint.
But for me, it's like, you know, too many people are hyped for it. I'm probably not going to touch Reaper. I'm probably going to be one of the few who doesn't.
To significant changes. That includes potencies especially, since a lot of them change throughout all of the jobs. I would not worry about them. But anyway, let's take a look.
Oh, they used the rock car.
Two main resources. There's the soul gauge, which is the red one, and the shroud gauge, otherwise known as the blue one. The overall goal is to use your normal attacks to generate soul gauge. Then you spend this soul gauge to use avatar attacks. Using one of those attacks will unlock the use of a Soul Reaver attack, and those will generate Shroud Gauge with the blue one. And then you spend the Shroud Gauge to let the avatar possess you, which I'm sure is perfectly safe. Once in your spooky mode, you go real fast and you alternate attacks, and you finish it off with a big 1000 potency casted attack called Community.
I mean, that looks pretty sick. I mean, you build stuff and then you pop like your, I guess, Angry Ghost avatar.
Also, this graphic is just a single target. There's also AoE versions of this stuff. So for the normal attacks that generate your soul gauge,
I like the blue version better than the red.
Reaper
this
is a
color.
melee, and thus it must have a 1-2-3 combo. It is known. And that combo is Slice into Waxing Slice into Infernal Slice. All of which will increase
the 1-2-3
your soul
combo
gauge,
looks sick,
which is the red one.
to me.
Then for AoE, you have an AoE combo Spinning Scythe into Nightmare Scythe. Please do not use this on single target. And then there are two normal attacks that are on charges. This is Soul Slice for single target and Soul Scythe for AoE. These will generate a whopping 50 soul gauge. Okay, so that was the normal stuff. Next are the avatar attacks, all of which will cost 50 soul gauge. There's Bloodstalk for single target and Grim Swath for a cone AoE. Both of these will unlock
I like the effect of the class. Like, oh, that's pretty cool. Well, the avatar
Unlock
thing.
one Soul Reaver attack. Then there's an additional one on a minute cooldown called Gluttony. This is a big potency AoE that gives you 2 Soul Reaver attacks. Now on to the Soul Reaver attacks. There's 3 of them, and these are the ones that generate 10 Shroud Gauge, the blue one. For single target, there's Gibbet and Gallows. These are the ones with positionals, and when you use one of them, it will enhance the other one, so you will be alternating uses of these. As a side note, these will also alter your blood stock, but that just happens anyway. You don't really have to think about it. It's just the button changes. And the AoE Soul Reaver attack is called Guillotine, which is a cone. Once you've got 50 Shroud Gauge, it's time to spend it on Enshroud to, and I quote, offer your flesh as a vessel to your avatar? You get a whole makeover with glowing red eyes and glowing arms and probably a whole
Okay, so you turn like a actual edge boy.
Problems that, but hey,
Damn.
you do more damage now. Your
Looks
Soul
sick.
Reaver and Avatar attacks will now transform into their Lemure versions. Okay, so basically you have 5 available Lemure Shroud stacks. When you spend these on the upgraded Soul Reaver attacks, they will burn up and allow you to use the upgraded Avatar attacks. So for single target, you will do this. Void Reaping into Cross Reaping, which will burn up 2 Shroud stacks and allow you to use Lemure's Slice. You do that combo twice, and you'll have 1 stack left to use on Communio, the big finisher. Then instead for AoE,
Communicator.
you'll do 2 Grim Reaping into a Lemure's Scythe, and you do that combo twice and finish it off with a Communio. And that is the core.
To me, like finishing with like whenever grabbing that gem, the Communio after slice combos feels a bit clunky. It looks visually very
They
pleasing.
sound a little strange.
I like the basic one better though. I'm not a big fan. I'm a big fan of
but once
the
you play it,
these
it's
colors.
actually very intuitive and flows super well. I was pushing the wrong buttons, so do as I say and not as I do. But that's not all. You've got an array of tools to help you out. The most important tool is this debuff that needs to be on your targets at all times. It's called Death's Design, of course. It increases the damage that you deal to said target by 10%. Shadow of Death is your single target version of this, and Whirl of Death is your AoE version. I did not keep this up because I'm a big old dummy and I cannot read. Reaper's ranged attack is called Harp, and interestingly, it has a short cast time. Related to that, there's 2 gap closers, Hell's Ingress and Hell's Egress. One of them jumps you forward, the other
Oh yeah,
one
that's a
jumps you
portal
back.
thing.
And when you use one, the other one changes back to a teleport to bring you back to your Hell's Gate that you left behind. It's called a Hell's Gate. And this will also make your Harp instant cast. And Reaper has utility. There's Arcane Crest. It's a shield that you put on yourself that's 10% of your HP and lasts 5 seconds. If it breaks, you get a regen on everybody. So,
Oh, that's pretty interesting. So they can like deliberately stand in AoE, break the shield, and get regen on everyone.
helpful. And this is a fun one. There's Arcane Circle. It's a 3% damage buff for everybody around you for 20 seconds. But the real kicker is that they all have 5 seconds to land a weapon skill or a spell. And if they do, they will give you an Immortal Sacrifice stack, which you can have up to 8 of them if everybody does it. Yes, that means you 2 healers. You can spend these Immortal Sacrifice stacks on Plentiful Harvest, which goes up in potency according to how many stacks.
Oh wow, so Reaper really needs to coordinate with the rest of the players and communicate when he's using that arcane circle thing.
And the last thing,
that's pretty interesting though. Like that gives them like something to coordinate with the rest of the group. That they're not just single-minded, focused, you know, doing their own thing kind of thing. I like that. That's pretty cool.
that you've got is Soul Sow, which allows you to use Harvest Moon. It's a big AoE attack. Soul Sow is instant outside of combat, but it has a long cast time during combat. So you'd probably only be doing this during downtime or, of course, outside of battle. And that is everything for Reaper. I had a freaking blast playing it. It just oozes style in everything that it does. Not to
Yeah, it's
mention
highly
that I'm a
stylized.
particular fan of Reapers in general. Winky face. Thank you so much for watching, and all of my videos on the Endwalker job changes are out now, so check out the playlist
Alright.
in the link in the description below to watch the
I
next.
mean, it looks good. I'm just not gonna touch it. It's too hyped, but I'm happy for you, Mara, for sure. Because you said you've been waiting for it for so long, so super happy that you're getting a class that you're excited about. All right. And then we have the healers. The Astro Sage, White Mage, and Scholar. Let's see. Alright, let's go for the Astro first.
Astrologian is now classified as a pure healer along with White Mage, as opposed to the shield healers, Scholar, and Sage. As such, it has changed a ton, and I believe in very cool and interesting ways. But first, I have a disclaimer. I was sponsored by Square Enix.
So what I understand is that Astro obviously was a shield healer before.
To try out this development build of Endwalker,
and now they're like more region-based healer.
Changes. That includes potencies, especially since a lot of them change throughout.
Not a big fan of the headgear.
Cloak
looks pretty good. Rope, I mean.
Firstly, your DPS spells. Your spammable spell is called Fall Malefic, since it went up to Malefic 5 and we can't have that. And your dot is still called Combust 3. And then Gravity was upgraded to Gravity 2, which is a super cool animation.
That looks really sick, yeah.
We're not here for DPS, right? We're here for the healing. Let's go over the card changes, shall we? Draw now has 2 charges. Redraw is no longer 3 charges, but you can always use it for each card that you draw. One time. You can undraw still as well or play the card. Then there's Minor Arcana, which will draw either a Lord or a Lady. You don't lose your currently drawn card to do this. It is a separate mechanic altogether. It's on a 1-minute cooldown, and then you can play that card using a separate action called Crown Play. Lady is an AoE, and Lord is an AoE attack. I tried for like 10 minutes to draw a Lord and I never did, so this is what the Lord looks like. Since Astro is now considered a pure healer, Aspected Benefic and Aspected Helios will both apply the regen always. And then when you activate Neutral Sect, which is your special big heal mode...
Okay, that's good. So they get like the Aspected Helio regardless of what they do.
Additional shield to those, in addition to the 20% healing buff for 20 seconds. Celestial Intersection now has 2
that looks absolutely astonishing. Celestial Intersection.
Charges and includes a shield boost. And Collective Unconsciousness is the 10% damage mitigation and a regen. The seal system works in a very different way too. Firstly, Divination no longer requires the seals. It's a flat 6% damage buff to everybody for 15 seconds.
That's good. They just get to buff a lot of people.
On a 2-minute cooldown. Means you can use it in the opener right away. Instead, the seals are used on a new ability called Astrodyne. It'll grant an effect depending on which seals it consumed, and you can get all 3 effects if you have all 3 seals. They are as follows. There's gradually restore your own MP, give a 10% haste buff essentially, or give a 5% damage buff. This is very interesting. I think I like this more.
Wow, so they are like actual buff healers now. Besides just being shield healers like they were before.
On divination. Then you've got a new ability, Exaltation. It's a 10% damage mitigation on a target that will also do a 500 potency heal at the end of the 8-second duration. And you can do that once every minute. Very neat for tank busters. It feels like all of the healers got a special ability on a minute cooldown for tank busters. And finally, there's Macrocosmos. This one is super cool. It's a 250 potency AoE attack, but it also grants Macrocosmos
that looks
to everybody
sick.
For 15 seconds. During this, half of all of the damage that is taken is compiled. And then when you activate it again, or when the timer runs out,
so
it will
nice.
Heal up for that compiled damage. And it looks freaking cool. And yeah, that will do it for Astrologian. I would say it's like 50% new, so look forward to that. Thank you so much for watching, and all of my videos on the Endwalker job changes are out now, so check out the playlist in the link in the description below to watch the next.
Yeah, so that looks actually really sick. I don't know. I feel like they got more utility for the team, like buffing and regen and shielding and stuff. Astro looks very visually pleasing. Their spells, at least. Like, I'm not a big fan of the headgear, especially. And I think the robes also look a bit plain. But thank God they have a lot of options when it comes to glam. But yeah, Astro looks super fun too. As a healer, that is. I have no experience healing. Other than that one dungeon I did as Astro. And it's the old Astro, so I have no clue how this will play. But it looks pretty sick. One of the annoyances now is not getting anything if I forget to select one of the models. Oh, modes. Yeah, true. Because that way it doesn't autoplay, which I didn't like. That it starts right away. Like if I do that, then it doesn't autoplay. Oh yeah, the new healer, huh? The Sage. I don't know if any of you are planning to. I believe somebody said they were gonna play the Sage. I think it was Roman, right?
Garlean must be like one of those non-conflict
Or was it
nations
Pereira? I
in
don't know.
Gundam, you know, that secretly develop the most advanced Gundams? Because Sage is a lot like that. This is Sage's job gear. I think it looks pretty snazzy. Reminds me of something Alphino would wear. And here's the sprint animation. The way the new lists follow you around is so freaking cool. And I have a sneaking suspicion that we're gonna see a bunch of Sages running around in Endwalker. But first, I have a disclaimer. I was sponsored by Square Enix to try out this development build of Endwalker, and everything that you see here is subject to significant changes. That includes potencies, especially
Looks pretty
since
sick,
a lot
yeah.
of them change throughout all of the jobs.
The
I would
headgear
not
reminds me a
worry
little bit of
about. But
Cyclops
anyway,
Maximum.
let's take a look. Let's start with the most important thing about any healer: how to DPS.
Why is the
Sage's
quality so
single target
shit?
spell is called Dose.
Oh, here we go.
It's a bunch of laser beams. Then there's
Sorry
also
about
this
that.
special ability called Eucrasia that augments certain spells, and Dosis is one of them. So when you activate Eucrasia, Dosis changes into a dot that's instant cast and lasts 30 seconds. Then for AoE damage, you've got a spammable Discrasia, which is a point-blank AoE around you. Then there's Phlegma, a 510 potency targeted instant AoE with 2 charges.
So they have quite a lot of
Sage
damage.
also has its own version of a size called Numa, a 330 potency line AoE that also heals everybody around you and reduces their damage taken by 10% for 20 seconds. What the? And if that's not all, there's one more AoE called Toxicon, and that's a Decepticon normally. Targeted instant AoE. This one costs a resource called Adder Sting, which you can hold up to 3 of. You get an Adder Sting from your single target shield being broken. More on that later. Now for Sage's heals. Actually, I kind of also just said what the heals were, since all of those DPS spells will heal also. You could
Crazy.
put Cardia on a single target and all of your DPS spells will do a 170 potency heal to them automatically. You can even double this potency for 10 seconds with Soteria. But okay, I'll go over the actual healer spells if you must know. Sage's base single target heal is called Diagnosis, and its AoE heal is called Prognosis. Well, remember that ability Eucrasia for changing your DPS spell into a dot? Well, it works on these too. When you activate Eucrasia, Diagnosis and Prognosis will change into their shield versions and their instant cast. And the shield from Diagnosis is the one that will grant you an Adder Sting if it...
Wow, okay, so that's a lot of options for them to also do quick snipe heals and shields and regions. That's
breaks.
interesting.
But what about shields that you put on people that aren't going to be used up? Well, you've got Pepsi for that. I mean Pepsis. It will eat up the shields from Diagnosis and Prognosis and turn them into an instant heal. And you can do this every 15.
It feels like they are really good at sniping last resort heals when it's like, oh shit button kind of thing. Like, oh man, we're gonna lose a lot of people in this AoE. Let me just use Pepsis real quick. That looks sick as well, by the way.
I haven't even talked about the gauge yet, have I? It has a gauge. It automatically fills up every 20 seconds. The resource that you get is called Adder's Gall, and they are used to cast certain instant heals. Those are as follows. Druo Coal. This is basically Sage's Lustrate. It's 600 potency off global. Ixo Coal. Basically Sage's Indom, 400 potency AoE off global. And Caracol, basically Sage's Sacred Soil, reduces damage by 10% for 15 seconds and gives everybody regen. And Toro Coal.
Wait, they get a fucking... Wow. That's pretty insane.
Sage's wait, this is a new one. 600 potency off global with a damage reduction. And by the way, all of those will restore your MP a bit. So that's it for the Adder's Gall heals. Then you've got normal instant heals that are just on a normal cooldown. There's Physis. It's an AoE regen for 21 seconds on a minute cooldown. And Physis 2, which is a beefier Physis that will also increase your healing spells by 10%. That's on a 3-minute cooldown. Holos is a 300 potency AoE heal on a 1-minute cooldown, and it looks freaking cool. Then there's two interesting shield cooldowns, Haima and Panhaima. Haima is the single target version. It'll put 5 stacks of a shield on a person, and every time damage is dealt, it will eat up the stacks of the barrier and apply a new barrier. And then whatever is left at the end of the timer will trigger a heal for each stack remaining. And then Panhaima is the same thing, just for AoE. Very interesting. And if that wasn't enough, you've got some other utility abilities as well. There's Icarus, of course. It's the Gundam Wings gap closer on a healer, probably because of the point blank AoEs. There's Zoe. It doubles the amount cured by your next healing spell. There's Rizomata, which just gives you 1 stack of Adder's Gall, the blue one. And finally, there's Krasis. It increases your healing magic on everybody by 20%. Notice that there's no DPS utility for Sage. This means that Scholar still has a fighting chance. And that is everything. But either way, Sage is looking really cool. Of course, I didn't have any endgame content to try it out in. All I can really do is read the tooltips and cast the spells. But just looking at its kit and seeing how it fits in with the other healers, I think it's going to be really good. And for what it's worth, this is going to be the first healer I love. I mean, come on, it's new Gundam. I got it. Thank you so much for watching, and all of my videos on the Endwalker job changes are out now, so check it out.
I don't know what to say. Like, it looks like a very interesting class. I think it's going to be one of those classes who's, like, very good paired up with others, like Larry was saying as well. Because they're able to, like, do a lot of emergency in between oh shit healing, or like, oh damn, we're not going to make it in time, topping off all these players. Like that Pepsis ability, as long as he has shields up on everybody, of course. Seems like a really good way to handle certain death situations, maybe for the group. So yeah, it looks really good. I like the fantasy as well, the class fantasy. The theme is very strong, and all of the abilities look super flashy, and yeah, it looks nice. Looks really nice. Yeah, that one I will probably try out at some point as well. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's true. I think a lot of people are going for Sage. Also, I think you'll need the other healers to pair it with, because it seems that, I mean, it has a lot of heal-based utility, but not a lot of other tricks and tools and stuff. And I guess that's where the White Mage and the Scholar and the Astro come in. I feel like Astro might be good to pair it with. I don't know. Because Astro has a lot of DPS utility for it as well. But that's, yeah, it looks good. Alright, on to White Mage. But yeah, if you open it in a new tab, I don't know what you're saying, Super, because it actually doesn't autoplay until I... See? So I don't know why you're so mad, and you're not even correct either. So relax, dude. Also, I don't appreciate you calling people
Classic
here.
White.
See, when I open it in the full screen, then it stops. Then it starts autoplaying. But don't go around calling people idiots. Like, I don't even know who it was that said it, but it's just not nice, you know. We talked about this. I have zero chills for that kind of stuff. Alrighty. Second last healer, White Mage.
Classic White Mage. It's that friend that you can always rely on to be there for you and raise you up when you're down. You know, because they were too busy spamming glare.
Not loving the gear.
But first, I have a
The unicorn thing looks cool. I guess the staff.
Try out this development build of Endwalker, and everything that you see here is.
They really draw the short stick when it comes to gear appearance. I think they could do so much more to make them look cool.
I would not worry about them. But anyway, let's take a look. For DPS, you've got Glare 3 now. Yeah, Glare got super buffed because apparently it just skipped right past 2 and on to 3. And then for your dot, you still have Dia. Not only that, but Holy also jumps straight from 2 to Holy 3. And this is Holy 3. It's very shiny. You've got a new ability
looks
called
good, yeah.
Aqua Veil. Fluid Aura is gone and deleted, but it had a spiritual upgrade to Aqua Veil. It's a 15% damage mitigation that goes on you or a party member and lasts for 8 seconds. This is pretty cool, because you can give it to a tank as an extra cooldown when they forget to pop one of their own, you know, for a tank buster. The level 90 skill is called Lily Bell. You place a healing blossom at a targeted location for 15 seconds, and you
I mean, I guess it looks cool and everything, but like I don't like that you have to like click and place it on the ground. It reminds me a little bit of the what was that priest spell called again in World of Warcraft? Some kind of holy well or light well or light well, I think it was called.
get 5 stacks.
You guys remember that?
Lily Bell applied to yourself. Anytime that you are dealt damage, 1 Lily Bell stack will be consumed by the Healing Blossom to do a 400 potency AoE around it. And then if for some reason by the end of the timer there are still Lily Bell stacks remaining, it'll eat up the rest of them to do a 200 potency AoE for each remaining stack. This will be particularly good for raid AoE mechanics that fire off a bunch of consecutive AoEs.
Yeah,
that's
true.
There's a pretty significant change to Thin Air. It used to make all of your spells free for 12 seconds and on a 2-minute cooldown. Well, now it's a 1-minute cooldown with 2 charges, but it will only affect the next spell that you cast.
Okay, again, pretty good. Like, it's no longer punishing people who have lower MS. You know, it's not a timed window anymore. I do like that change as well.
So if you have 2 charges, that means 2 free raises guaranteed. And then speaking of charges, Divine Benison now has 2 as well, which means you could put Divine Benison on both of the tanks for shared tank busters. You know, because they both forgot to pop a cooldown. And that should do it for White Mage. Those are all the changes. Thank you so much for watching.
So White Mage stayed pretty similar.
And
I guess that
changes are
that's a good change for us because that means that John still knows how to play White Mage. I approve.
are out now, so check out the playlist in the link in the description below to watch the next one. Okay, bye.
And I mean, yeah, someone like this looks sick, and I guess that Lily has its utility, so that's good. Especially if you know an upcoming encounter has a lot of AoE coming in. The Lily thing kind of counters that just by placing it. I do like that. That's pretty good. Again, I haven't really played White Mage, so I don't really know. Yeah, it looks really interesting. And again, not that many changes. I don't think White Mage needed a lot of changes. Like it's just a good all-around solid healer. But yeah, like you're saying, it looks kind of not that pretty. I'm so sorry for White Mages. They could do so much more with the gear, appearance-wise, I think, without it losing its, I guess, class, trades, and flavor in appearance as well. I don't know, I feel like it could be a lot better. Right, last one. And the one that I think was pooped on the most with the review.
Scholar.
So, yeah, so the Scholar, I don't know, when I saw it on the visual presentation, the Endwalker job sort of, I guess, review thing, yeah, it looked not that great.
Scholar, the original shield healer. While everybody else is going to be playing with the shiny new Sage, you instead are going to be a dedicated Scholar because you're educated and you have a book. But first, I have a disclaimer. I was sponsored.
Their gear is also not great. I mean, it fits a Scholar and everything, but
significant changes.
Why do they have to make him look like such a
since a lot of them change throughout all of the jobs? I
a woos? Why can't he look a bit more badass? That I don't know. Guess it's just what
Firstly,
Scholar
the
is,
DPS
huh?
spells. You've got a new single target spam, it's called Broil 4. You still have Energy Drain, that'll use up your Aetherflow stacks, which is very important, and your dot is still Biolysis. Then there's a new AoE spell called Art of War 2. This is an instant cast spammable AoE. Scholars.
So while the Summoner got all the dots removed and got completely reworked, Scholar still has dots, huh? Yeah, it could look smart, cool. Exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah, it looks very bookwormy now and kind of nerdy. Like I don't care, but I feel like, you know, some of these classes, especially White Mage and Scholar, could use a cool factor because everybody likes to look cool. You know, their characters. Thank God we have Glamour system that is very in depth, and a lot of people will probably glam all that gear and not
GCD
use the
shield
default
or super
looks.
buffed. Adlo will now be a 180% shield, and Sucker is a 160% shield. Scholar is going to still be the big with 2Gs shield healer. And not only that, deployment tactics, the one that spreads your Adlo shield to everybody, is on a 90-second cooldown now. You're going to be able to utilize this for way more mechanics over the duration.
Okay, that's good. I like that, you know, they'll still be the shield healer, because so they don't lose their role in that regard. I think that's solid.
Of a fight.
They're
So
still
it's
going to be
super
mandatory.
good. Then there's a new instant heal called Protraction. It increases the maximum HP of a target by 10% and restores that amount. It also increases the healing actions on that target by 10%, and you can do this every minute. It's going to be so good for tank busters. And then there's the brand new toy that everybody's talking about, Expedient. This will give everybody sprint and a 10% damage mitigation for 20 seconds. I know it's been a meme, but in all seriousness, this is a super unique ability, and there will likely be strats.
It's like Platoon, but then in combat, I guess. And it gives you some healing.
Utilizing this for movement. I mean, just look at Lucio. Everybody loves Lucio.
That's pretty
a lot
good.
Of the mechanics in our game is centered around movement. So if you have an ability
True.
that augments your movement, that automatically makes it powerful. Fey Blessing no longer costs Fairy Gauge, which means the only thing that your Fairy Gauge is going to be used for is Fey Union, otherwise known as Sage Mode, which actually brings up one of the differences between Scholar and Sage. The Fairy can heal either everybody, or it could switch over to a single targeted healing burst. Sage, on the other hand, can only do the single targeted healing with their Cardia. The Fairy is very powerful, and it's part of what makes Scholar a Scholar. And not to mention, the Fairy seemed much more responsive. I tested this out by alternating using the Fairy GCDs and seeing if it would immediately do it, and it seemed like it was. So time will tell on that, but we'll see what it feels like.
Well, that's good. I mean, I think it's really good that the Scholar Fairy is more responsive, because that was probably also part of why it was infuriating for Scholar sometimes, that it was kind of slow and like, oh yeah, if I use this Fairy ability, then it's not very, doesn't feel responsive. It feels like it's on a delay. I remember, wasn't that Shiro, I think, was complaining about that a little bit on one of the fights. Probably also has to do with him being from you know, another region playing on Omega, but I remember that.
Like on live servers. And that will do it for Scholar. I'm really wondering what the healer meta is going to end up looking like for Endwalker, but let's not forget one important thing. People like doing damage, and Scholar increases the party's damage. What about that, huh? Thank you so much for watching, and all of my videos on the
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that the Scholars looks like it's still going to be mandatory. Because of their, you know, they are the best shield healers. Their utilities just there. They buff damage. So I'm happy that they're not going to be shrugged away and outshined by the Sage altogether. Even though we'll probably see a lot of Sages in the beginning because they're the new class, right? So a lot of healer mains will probably try out the Sage. I'm happy that the Scholars still will probably hold their own. That makes sense.
Job changes are out now, so check out the playlist in the link in the description below to watch the next one. Okay, bye.
But yeah, I mean, it looks good. Yeah, the gear doesn't, but you know, it's good changes, I think, overall. And that does it. That concludes all the classes so far. Righty. Not too shabby. And then later on, I also have a few interviews that I want to watch, but we're not gonna do that now because I've been sitting watching these videos for like almost 2 hours in total. But I'm excited for definitely still the Red Mage, and I'm excited to see some of the other changes. Actually, you know, when I get my hands on, for example, Warrior. From the visual presentation of that, it didn't look too impressive. But now seeing how much regen and shields they get, I'm like, hell yeah, I'm all for it. Um, but before we hop in, I'm just gonna be right back real quick. Because I gotta blow my nose. And you know, take a toilet break and refill my. Wait, what? Why is this all black? And refill my pot and stuff. I don't know what's going on, guys. Okay, be right back. Wait. Why am I hearing... Oh, I opened up another... Sorry. Oh man, that must have been... Hello? Sorry. That must have sounded horrible to you guys. I didn't realize there was another bind opened up. Yeah, so last we left off, we took over this bridge again. And then I wonder why this bar is now staying. Hold on. There you go. That's better. Must have sounded horrible. Okay. Let's get back into it. Yeah, I'm happy that I sort of did my preview. So now that I know that I'm probably going to make a selection. For my tank, it's probably gonna be warrior first, and if I don't enjoy it in the end, then yeah, it's the winter chair. But yeah, warrior for tank. For physical or DPS, probably still the bard. And then maybe for melee, I haven't decided yet, honestly. I got that from my friend. I think it's crafted. I'm pretty sure. No, I'm pretty sure it's the crafted seed. Big G. Let me check. Hold on. I don't have that many mounts, so... Yeah, it's the flying chair. I got this from one of my viewers. Right. Yeah, Winter made that. Correct. Still my dance partner. Let's see. But yeah, for physical DPS, I'm not decided yet. I don't know. I feel like I will probably pull too many rabbits out of the hat when it comes to playing ninja. So that will probably be too frustrating for me to get right. And then Dragoon looks solid, and it's one I'm the most familiar with, obviously. You started Machinist, it's so damn fun. I keep hearing that from people. I just haven't given it a try. Because I'm kind of a sucker for like bow and arrow and like more medieval style and like these weapons over like a gadget sci-fi guy. You're a scholar, mate. I hope this is not too loud for you guys, but I have a bit of a sore throat, so I try to hydrate and like keep moisturizing my throat. Obviously, because I'm not recovered fully yet. So I hope this is not annoying. I hope actually my noise cancelling and stuff actually makes it not pop. Seems to be working. Yeah, like job fantasy wise, I'm more of a, I guess, medieval, Dark Ages type of person over sci-fi. Although I can appreciate like the cyberpunk universe or like the Shadowrun universe, you know, that kind of stuff. I think is excellent as well for what it is. But like the class or the job fantasy hasn't really attracted me. But I heard that a lot of, like my friend Lucas also is very happy with playing the Machinist. I was like, why is it so purple all of a sudden? That's because of the lightning. I mean, eventually I'll give all the jobs a try, but for now, I'm gonna stick to Dancer and Warrior. Yeah. I mean, Red Mage, I think looks really good. So I don't have any of the quest ones completed here in the fringes. Yeah, the one that I cannot do in Azim Step is the one that's still locked behind that one area that I don't have access to. Like this area. Near Doro Ilo or something. That's the one. I suppose, because it didn't have any other either turns in that area. Yeah, looks very Dragoon-esque. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Because these don't strike me as... yeah, gear, but... yeah, for my range, it's probably gonna be Dancer for physical, and probably Rat Mage for Mage, or Caster. And then for healer, I think Astro. So that's gonna be the lineup, I guess. Warrior. Undecided about melee. Dancer, Red Mage, Astro. Those for sure. And then I'll pick up whatever I enjoy. You know, eventually I'll try all of them. I promise, but you know, I gotta focus on a few so I don't get too overwhelmed and too confused, because there's so much to take in still. But yeah, I heard that about Machinist as well. I've tried Machinist only in leveling dungeons, so mine is like... I tried like level 16 or 30 dungeons and stuff like that. But I hear really good things about it. The weaving and like always something to do. And skills to press. Yes, that is the pass. I've never seen that icon before. The blue exclamation mark. What does that mean? Is that new? Oh, okay. So that's like repeating. Okay. So that's the first time I've seen that. Oh, Ardenveld on this side. So now we're finally over on this side, huh? Ooh. Yeah, maybe I just didn't realize that the Ruby Sea with the Manta mount. Yeah, maybe. I didn't remember the icon though. It kind of stands out, the blue. How about that? Alright. Onwards. I hope I get mount speed soon, because it feels so... Wait, is it? Yeah. It's kind of bad. Ah, you got the bike. The bike always gives you the quick speed, right? Everywhere. You hear the crackling thunder in the back? That's pretty sick. Yeah, for the ground speeds. Yeah, that makes sense.
Ah, you've come. Welcome, friends, to my village. My home.
Thank you.
How fare your people?
Good, all things considered. Better than the Ananta at any rate. They've
What
sent an
happened with the
emissary.
Ananta?
I'll take you to her.
Mango? I mean, if you quickly skim over it, I guess you can see it as mango.
We're here to help. Will you tell us what happened?
Oh, we get to know right away.
Aye. It began with a quarrel between the Imperials and the Kaliana. The Kaliana are another Ananta tribe. The strongest and the most influential. Unlike the Vera, they want no part of our troubles. They swore fealty to the Empire, and were content to remain within their borders.
Just so. The Kaliana forsook their pride in the fight and yielded to Garlemald long ago. But then a new commander was sent to hold the Black Bridge. She demanded the Kaliana surrender a hostage, this butcher.
Fordola. It doesn't make sense, though. The Vera are the ones working with the Resistance. Why would she threaten the Kaliana?
Because she is ignorant like all Imperials. She knows not the difference between Kaliana and Vera, nor does she care to learn.
I see. All Fordola knew for sure was that the resistance would come from the west. She reasoned, therefore, that if the Ananta on the east bank turned their coats, she would be trapped. I take it the Kaliana had no choice but to oblige her.
Why? Smite her down.
No, they did not. The Imperials left with the Kaliana broodmother's own daughter, Anamika. Long days and nights she looked out on the Black Bridge weeping for her child. Until you came. The broodmother knew at once which way the winds would blow. She and her warriors met with the fleeing Imperials in the road and demanded that her daughter be returned.
Hell yeah. Goes around, comes around.
Bad idea. Fordola's not the kind to take threats lying down.
You know her well. The butcher turned her blade to Anamika and bade the Kaliana move aside. But the broodmother would not yield.
I know where this is going.
The
Oh,
Kaliana
man.
surrounded the Imperials, one of whom, whether out of fear or stupidity, cut the child down. There was naught that could be done.
What madness.
The true madness was yet to come. For in her despair, the Kaliana broodmother cried out for her daughter to be restored to life. She beseeched Sri Lakshmi's intercession.
Ew, is that their deity or primal? I
She sent
mean,
a primal then and
yeah,
there?
wow.
That she did, if only for an instant. Bereft of courage and honor, the broodmother sought solace in her faith. The Imperials fled in terror at the sight of the goddess, abandoning these lands to the Ananta.
But now we have a primal to deal with.
Now the Kaliana bid us make pilgrimage to pay proper respects. Yet though we Vera revere Sri Lakshmi as the holiest of the holy, we will not prostrate ourselves before her.
And so you turn to us.
Aye. All who have fought with the Resistance have heard tell of the warrior, the Icon Slayer.
Oh, yeah. That is something they mention. Yeah, hi. Who, me? The character's like, what?
I believe we have heard enough. Inconvenient though the timing may be, if a primal has indeed been summoned, we can scarce afford to ignore it. We must needs discuss how best to resolve this situation.
Suppose so, huh? Icon Slayer. Oh, look at what we morphed into. Alrighty, well. Oh, that I like. Maybe in a different color though. What about the Dalamut red? Yeah, it makes the cloak pink. That's unfortunate. Alright. Pretty in purple. Yeah, cool piece. A sight to see. True, yeah. Looks like almost like one of those Indian goddesses. I don't know about much about religion, but one of the, I think, Hindi goddesses. Hindu. Lakshmi? Yeah, exactly. I like this one. A little bit like that, yeah. Right? That's what it reminded me of. For sure. Okay, is this one of the Ether Current quests? Yes, it is. I feel like I missed quite a few of them. Probably here's two. But then where else? Maybe I still have to unlock them. Let me actually port there just to make sure. Because I do want to have flying at some point here, obviously. Oh man, I shouldn't have. That's my eyes. Yeah. Hidden truth. Okay, that's one. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know. You know, whenever you start rubbing, you're kind of screwed because it usually doesn't help. And it becomes itchy and a bit sore. That's kind of what's going on. And I just have a lot of pressure in my skull because it's obviously it's like I don't know if you can hear this, but it's like so stuck. So yeah, there's quite a lot of pressure in my skull still. That's why I didn't stream. It just felt like crap, and I was sneezing and coughing. It's not as bad now though. Like I feel, I want to say 70% better, but than I did on Thursday and Friday. So she just gave me an entire... Ew. Here you go. Yeah, we haven't really heard from Omega and Shinryu at all. I guess that's just gonna be later down the line, huh? That's awkward. So now I have to do this one first, okay. Is there a speed up? This person is not killing theirs, or is it 2 for me? That's it? Oh, there's more. Omega is amazing. That's the D raid for sorry, for Stormblood, right? I think. Fighting the Omega. A bit like Alexander was for Heaven's Ward, I guess. So, these things just have an enormous cooldown, which makes it kind of stupid. Why are they going after him? Hello? So you're pretty much just stunning them to wait for the other cooldown. Well, that's a fun mechanic. I mean, I already knew that we were fighting Omega. From the moment I saw it, I was like, okay, yeah, we're fighting that thing. Also, hey Yusuf, how have you been? Been a while. Like, it's at this point not really hard to guess, to be honest. Like, they made such a big deal out of the whole thing, and obviously it landed somewhere in like Garlean Empire. They probably did something to it, and then we probably have to disable it. That's probably gonna be the plot hook. Been great, good to hear. Why do you want to fight your own server? Well, I mean, I guess I just like to see the world burn, Jeff. What can I say? Honestly, when I picked Omega, I had no clue. It was just that it was the preferred realm or the preferred yeah, world when I started. It had the road to 70 active. Wait, I could have dismounted it easily and just well. We're back now. That was very inefficient though. Yay, ether. Okay, so there's another one. This is probably another, I assume. Oh, that's just the follow-up of... Okay. Alrighty. Do you get mount speed? No, we're still slow as shit. Yeah, so I figured, you know, I'd knock some of these ether things out, because I will need them for the travel anyway, at some point. So, let's see. We have one in the fringe... Wait, we missed one? I don't know how to participate in these sessions anymore. What sessions? You mean like chatting and streaming? Oh, no worries, man. The only thing that I don't want is for people to be like, how do you say it? Like, oh yeah, this is coming next, or oh yeah, you know, you met this guy, he's actually going to betray you, or be like, hey, you know, that, like, for instance, when I first met Ilbert, I thought he was an absolute bro, and thank God nobody said like, oh yeah, he's actually a traitor. You know, that would have spoiled such a major part of the story for me, right? That's what I don't want. Like, for me, it's like quest names or stuff like that. I don't care. Also, when people mention names like, I don't know, the Bosian whatever area, I only know that there's a grind there and that a lot of people have been doing it and that's kind of painful and you need to do a group for it. But that's not a spoiler for me, you know? But like stuff like Ilbert, you know, he's gonna be fucking betraying you and he's a pain in the ass. Actually don't trust his face, you know? That's like, okay, yeah, that's kind of a deal breaker. Well, in this case, Omega wasn't really a spoiler because I already knew that we were going to fight the weird thing. Whenever I laid eyes on it, I was like, yeah, that is one of the things that we're fighting. And then later, that was kind of confirmed when I think I saw a thumbnail by, was it El Nino? His name is El Nino, El Nino, something like that. He also used to play Guild Wars, I think. He plays a ninja main, if I'm not mistaken. That had like the giant Omega thing on it, and then I was like, okay, yeah, that's definitely a boss. You know, because YouTube apparently knows that I'm into Final Fantasy. And so they recommended that to me. I do not have a static. I have a group like are you part of the Discord? I have a group that we did coils with, and I promoted pretty much everyone who ever helped with the coils to what we call the coil braves. You know, because crystal braves was a thing, and I dubbed them the coil braves. And those people just helped me out with a bunch of the raids and coils. And usually I ping them at least when I try and get groups together. But I don't really have a static. That's because we're all from all over the place, like different time zones. For instance, Chiwai has been playing with us for quite a bit. And Chiwai is from Asia, and then John is from the other side because he's from Mexico. And then we have a bunch of players from the US. Okay, yeah, so my Discord is really not that big. I think you would like it here. Like there's, let's see, 20 online and 40 offline members, and then there's a bunch of staff. And my FC. Mine is really not that big. Yeah, so Yusuf, I really tried to get a hold of Alpsters, and I suggested we do it soon, because I feel like we were kind of in the flow of, like, you know, knowing or learning that fight. He just hasn't responded. He's been so busy, like, uploading, and because I think he edits all his videos himself, and he's been going back and forth between Genshin and Final Fantasy. And on top of that, I think he really wants to push the Shadowbringers main story quest to be ready for Endwalkers when it hits. So for him, it was, I guess, just too hard to schedule. And I think he just forgot to reply to me, because I never really got a response. I suggested him a few dates and times. I would love to get back in there, but yeah, it's just so hard. And I think, you know, Alpsters blew up, and he's like a super busy guy. And I'm happy for him, honestly. Like, I'm super happy that he's doing so well. It's nice to see people thrive, because I think he absolutely deserves it. He works really hard. But I would love to get back in there, yeah. Asmogon recently got sucked into Shadowbringers hard. Did a 13.5-hour stream. Lost 1.5 hours because he... What the hell? But who does 13-hour streams anyway? Jeez, that guy. I like Asmogon. But he's ahead of me, so I can't really watch him. I like him as a person. He's pretty chill. He does a lot of stuff as well. I think he was really big into Warhammer. running from us. Yeah, I mean, my community is way too small. I think you would like it there, Pereira, but like no promises. You might, you know, feel uneasy. But yeah, the Discord is there if you want to join it. We have some rules set up. You know, there's not a whole lot. Like everybody, like I try to respond to everybody because you know it's such a personal thing still. Because we're not a big community. You might like it. I don't know. But that would be where I usually try and get groups going. If I try and attempt group content. For example, when we did Void Arc, I had to pull a lot of people from other sources, so we just used the Party Finder stuff. Yeah, but I haven't formed a static at all. It's just, you know... I'm not actively in the raiding scene yet, and I just pull from my friend group here. And then we try and make it work, and, you know, through that you get to meet new people, I guess, and then... Like, Varn is usually part of it. Sometimes I can get you, who's an NA. He's the world's first racer, actually. Pretty interesting guy. Oh, Elsis is also online. And then sometimes Wampus comes from Alp's community. He's a pretty chill person. Jane is the fiance of Alp's in the game. I think Malarar was there for the Alexander as well. John. This is Vandalla's character. So I just have a bunch of people here who I play with quite a bit. And then Mara and her FC. Her brother and their Frida. True. Oh, you're on Light? Light DC? You know who's also on Light? I think she's actually on Lich. V from Mom's Den, the YouTube channel. I'm kind of excited to play with her as well. She's so chill. Yeah, of course. I mean, more than happy to, you know. Yeah, I love V. V's a chill person. Also, guys, if you haven't checked out her channel, it's Mom's Den. Highly recommend. She's currently in Shadowbringers. I think she'll be in time for Endwalkers too. She's the one I sometimes get to hang out in chat with a little bit, because she, like, usually on Monday evening when I have D&D, come back home. I don't want to go to bed immediately yet, and she's usually streaming then, and I've had it a few times where I was able to then hit the stream a little bit and chat with her. And but yeah, she's in Shadowbringers, so I always have to be careful when I join that I don't get major plot spoilers. Last time she was just chilling right after leaving an area, so that was good for me. I was able to hang out a little bit. Okay. Behind the house? How big is this area? Do I kick in the door? What's going on? Oh, it might be over the edge. I don't know. Maybe cross the road. Behind this tree. Uh... hmm. I am a bit confused. Love this music, by the way. It reminds me a bit of the music from Valheim. That's also a game that I want to play more of at some point, but I don't have the time. Wait, is it under the staircase? Where's this last clue? Holy shit. Oh, this whole area also might have the clues. Okay. Ah. Yeah. Like how this Ether quest suddenly gave this little abandoned village meeting that we're kind of, I guess, exploring, seeing what's going on here. Yeah, looks like he has a bit of a frantic fella. Well, a little bit of a memory loss or something. Alright. I'm just gonna be lazy because this is gonna take a while. We're 100 gills. We're almost a Gilliamere. Almost, not quite. Oh, I thought there was also part of an ether. Oh, this is something completely else. Okay, I'll come back to this, because I kind of want to continue the main story quest. I was only doing that because I thought it was another ether. I might as well accept it, otherwise I'm gonna forget. Oh well, I mean, if the follow-up is just talking to her, then... Okay. Okay. That is probably right. I'm gonna leave this Bittermill quest for a little bit. Okay. Can I jump off here? Sorry about that. Okay, so use product stamp on weakened. Okay, so I have to weaken them. Assuming I just attack him a bunch and then I use this. There we go. Easy enough. How much weakened is weakened now? So. Oh. Have to time it. Easy enough. He is chilling. Okay. He embodies freedom. That's good. Good metaphor for it. Yep. No, that I'll kill your god. I have to. Even if I don't. Why would I ever... Hello? That's super out of character and kind of dark. I'll just kill your god. If I have to. Maybe even if I don't. Like, what the fuck was that choice? And where did that come from? Like, she's just chilling and, you know, trying to explain that they're still kin and stuff. And then that's an option, like, what the hell? Also, aren't they part of the resistance, sort of? Some of the Varn? Well, you know, I don't know. Find it a bit weird, that one. Alright. Not too shabby. I just like these half capes. Ooh. Did you see that preview? That looks good. So I'm assuming that is going to unlock their what are these called again? Beast Tribe quests? I think. Oh, it's an ether. I think with that one, so I have one to turn in, another in the, okay, so I need one more from somewhere. Did I head out completely the wrong way? Probably, right? Yeah, looks like I did. Okay. Whoopsie. Somehow this building reminds me a little bit of a one of those thermite holes or hills, I mean. I don't know what it is. I feel like a little bit. Let me see if I can Google it. If it will let me. I mean, a little bit. Look. Do you compare this Thermite Hill or this even? And then we... Okay. This image, right? Okay, okay. Hold, hold, hold. Huh? A little bit. Anyway, that's what it reminded me of. Oh, actually, this is where the Beast Tribe is. That's just a completely different village of theirs. Is it a dope? Yeah. Stop. Okay. That's the goal. Wait, all the way there? This animation makes this mount feel so slow. I talked about this before, but especially with like the basic speed. Oh my gosh. Oh hey. Shadow Dweller. That is a rare, I think. Shadow Dweller Yanami. Probably not someone I can solo. I half expect them to think I'm gonna clear everything, but I'm just rushing in. Oh, they have their own ether. It's a hunting mob. Okay. But I'm not supposed to kill hunting stuff solo, right? I think you're supposed to wait for the hunting train. Oh, wow. He's birdie. That looks cool. Look at us.
Why, mistress? Why does my Anamika slumber still?
Ah, okay. Right.
Look thee on her face, supplicant. Thy prayer hath been answered. Flesh sundered hath been made whole. Blood spilt runneth through her veins. Breath stolen filleth her breast.
But she hears not her mother's words, nor sees her mother's face. She's silent and empty.
Only the vessel may be remade, not so the flame which flickered within. Her soul hath been scattered to the four winds.
So you're saying you can't do it? What? What are you doing?
Now do you see her promises for what they are?
Alize, have you gone mad?
Yeah.
Mayhap I have, but I refuse to stand by and watch yet another tragedy unfold.
Oh, she still is thinking about the goblin
Who
one.
intrudes upon
Or the
this
kobold one.
sacred ground? Imperials, thirsting for blood.
No! We come not to shed blood, but to save you from the false god who would lead you astray.
Gabu, yeah, exactly. She still has Gabu on her mind, huh?
I understand how you feel. I do. You loved her with all your heart, but when the moment came, you still couldn't save her. The anguish, the anger, I know it only too
Yeah, and
well.
that's from Grandpa, huh? Bourgeois.
But I also know where this path leads. To embrace a primal is to condemn yourself to an endless cycle of despair. You will never know peace.
A worm-eaten heart may find peace and serenity in service, in beauty and grace. This hath ever been my promise. Naught else.
You tempt them with visions of things that can never be and leave them bereft and wanting. No illusion, however sweet, can change the fact that your daughter is gone. Remember her as she was. Do not suffer this piteous shade to tarnish her memory.
Rue. Tell her, Alize.
For every prayer that primal answers, it'll demand payment in kind. Do you have any idea how many more Ananta will die to feed its hunger for crystals?
They would have thee suffer man's spite and live in fear. Far better to dwell in my beauteous dream than endure so ugly a reality.
That's an interesting thought experiment, which she just mentioned.
She's wrong! We hate the Empire
Poor, misguided children. I would spare you the torments of this cruel and misshapen world.
Like, would you rather...
Come bask in my
I don't know.
radiance.
If your reality is
Let it fill
shit,
your hearts and free you from your burdens.
would you rather not live in it and be like, I'm okay with living in a non-reality, being full aware that it's not real, but then, I don't know, if you have all your thoughts, emotions, and feelings, then is it still a non-reality, you know? Then should we care at that point? Interesting. I love the concepts that this game is daring to touch as well, with these little segments. Oh shit. Yo, this is familiar from Dark Souls earlier, Chihuahua. Do you see this? What the fuck? Yeah, exactly. Fucking blue balled arrows.
Abide in misery then, fools.
Also,
The Ananta are
how did I
mortal.
realize I had that shielding ability just now? Did I do that before? I did.
Leave these
Well, Hyland did
lands
for
and my
us.
dreamers be. I will not warn you a second time.
I'll fight you. Oh, this is a dungeon? Or is it like a trial, I guess? Man, I feel like my character's developing into like a very, like if I choose all these strict and tough options, I'm gonna become an asshole a little bit. Like very righteous and like, you know, because I am aware that primals like suck ether and they can't really exist, but like the answers are like, you know, you can be nice and still say the right things. I don't know. You become a half of them in the past? Well, I'm not sure. Emanation. Alright. Well, if you're up for it, let's queue up. Oh yeah. That one's fun as well. Oh, it's 8 people. Something about blue flames. They're cool. Actually, the other trial was also 8, I just remembered. Wasn't it? Yeah, it was also. Okay, let's not try and fail miserably. Not a lot of Q. Alright, I guess we can head out of here and try and do that side quest while we wait for the queue to pop. All tries are 8 past 2.0. Ah. Yeah, I'm queued with the... I'm not sure if you can see it. Oh, there you go. I was gonna say I'm cute with Sakura Forced. I keep saying Frost, and that's Chiwai. Chiwai is on. You're on Spriggan, if I'm not mistaken, right? Chiwai? Was it Spriggan? I feel like it was Spriggan. Wow, just she makes them lifeless zombies or something. Very cool design. I like this boss. The look of it. Alright. Is there a samurai? No, but there is a dragoon. Okay. He is now my dance partner. Oh. How did that hit me? Also, they didn't give me time to set up standard stat. That kind of tossed me off. What's this? Wait. What? I don't know if I was supposed to do that now. Probably not. Okay. Like a bunch of stuff going on. Dissipates. Okay.
Rest your weary souls in my bosom.
Do we do this now? I feel like we do this now. Save me! Oh, yo, she turned super big. Oh, we're also juiced. Wow. What a cool fight. Look at that. That is fucking sick. Okay, she didn't murder us. Because we had that double. Okay, that's what we... Ooh. Wow. She started moving. This fight is so cool. Okay, I'm gonna take one. Do we just bubble? Fuck. I didn't know where to move. Thanks. Yeah, too close to the edge. I had no clue. Oh. I don't want to stand in that. Oh, not in that either. Ow. Also, my procs were really bad this fight so far. Oh boy. I want one. Oh. Love this music, by the way.
Your souls are
I was ready for it this time. I didn't know that I was coming the first time around. Oh boy. Ah! That's a lot of disco. Floor is lava on this fight.
I shall free you from your hate.
Kankara. Who's like tossing these rocks at it? Do you see that? It's a bit like... Oh, stack on me. Yay, we did it, gang. Well done. Going to the middle again. I don't have a bubble. Now I do. I was helping. I used my Samba shield. I'm such a good dancer player. Yes! Not really, but... that felt good. Yes! I was the only one who died, actually. Because I had no idea that we were gonna be punted off the edge. But what a cool fight. This arena also is so beautiful. Really nice. Alright, well, since you're the only one left to receive the recommendation, there you go. Look at this arena, that's so sick. You and me, baby, in the middle. Okay. Oh, oops. I love this arena. The surrounding is not that cool, but like the... kind of like that angle, I guess. And then maybe some lights on us. That doesn't matter too much. Face the camera. Wait. Problem with having the whole arena on it is that we are kind of small. But no matter. It's a sick picture, I think. What's her name? Didn't quite catch her name. Okay, I cannot see chat, cannot see anything because I'm in light shot right now. Okay, second Stormblood trial. There you go. Oh shit, it was not in the right map, was it? Where did it save? Oh, just in YouTube gaming, okay. That's fine. Lakshmi. Oops. What was that? That's pretty sick. Wheel of Fortune. This already looks so sick. Like, Astro is gonna be huge, I think, visually. You received a player commendation. Hell yeah.
You did it again. You saved them. I just wish I could have been more help.
Why am I creepy laughing at her?
So, it looks like the Ananta did have a mountain of crystals after all. Like every other tribe. Gods were all such slaves to our weaknesses.
You slew our mistress! She was our hope! Our salvation! Is there no end to your cruelty?
Somehow these models look a bit low res.
Listen to me, please. I know that you're only trying to protect yourselves because you feel frightened and alone.
Compare her hair to the one of the Antana.
But that's how we all feel. Don't you see? If we could just turn to each other for help instead of the gods, I'm sure we could find a way to live in peace.
Yeah, the music in this trial is
Your
good.
crystals are important to you, aren't they? Reflections of your souls, right? Well, you shouldn't have to sacrifice something so precious to a primal.
Who are you to question our choice? You who fight without fear? We wish only to live in peace. And if this be the price
Look
we
at
must
that.
pay, then so be it!
I know there's nothing I can say to convince you. But I hope that one day you look back and see we only ever wanted the same thing.
Begone, damn you! Spare me your hollow words, and leave me to mourn.
Well, leave you to it.
I'll go. But it doesn't mean I'm giving up. Gyr Abania is our home too. And one way or another, we're going to have to learn to live together. Come on. Alphino and Alize are waiting.
Ooh. You get to see what's scheming and cooking.
Ah, the savage returns, and with her tail firmly between her legs, beaten by beastmen, I hear.
It was a shameful display, by all accounts. She may have curried the Viceroy's favor with her bold promises, but in the end, she's just another plodding bungler like the rest of her kind.
Strange. You would think him a better judge of character. Then again, I hear she's not averse to a more physical mode of persuasion.
I thought she rose through the ranks rather quickly, but no longer. If only she had been content with her lot, she might have lived to see the morrow.
To be fair, she's the one who's betrayed us. Like, I don't care for this girl. Like, you know, you turned on your own people. So, could have also chose not to. Unless she's a double agent.
Fadola Rem Lupus. Commander of the Cranium
But I doubt it.
reporting as ordered.
Because she's actually cut down a lot of her own people.
Why do you tremble, sir? Could it be that the Empire's butcher is afraid? That she who walks with death is terrified of her own?
I'm terrified of dying having achieved naught. Gladly would I give my life to win a great victory on the battlefield, had I but the strength.
Alas, you do not. Indeed, you are weak. And born of this weakness is a blind fervor, a raging inferno which threatens to consume not only you, but everyone around you.
Yes, my lord.
You were defeated by the Resistance on several occasions. You misjudged the Ananta and spurred them into summoning an icon. Have you anything to say?
I do not, my lord. My failures are my own. I am prepared to accept your judgment.
And that is very admirable. However, I've had enough of this dumb show. Give voice to that hunger I see in your eyes, or I will pluck them from your head.
Well then.
I want... I want to make them pay! All of them! Everyone who ever mocked or looked down on me! I want the power to make them pay!
Very well.
Gonna do a weird experiment on her, like he did with that dude who sent after us.
I shall give you a chance. A chance to transcend your mortal limits. Assuming, that is, you are prepared to wager your life for such power.
Transcend, my lord.
She is such an angry little girl.
I came here prepared to die. Tell me what I must do.
He seems like the evil doctor, for sure. If anything. Holy shit. Okay. So she's gonna turn into a freak of nature. Probably much like that other guy, the chainsaw dude that we encountered earlier. I'm assuming. Yeah. We died together! The weird dude. I mean, that's kind of an assumption I'm making, because he definitely looked like an evil doctor. Wait, what am I doing? Go to... Jeez, okay. Yep. Oh. That's convenient. Yeah. Looks like it. I mean, I still have to do that one. Might as well get that out of the way as well. feel like I'm quicker now. Like I got the ground mount speed. Yes, I am. Great. Yes, we are. Thank you that you understand this, because, you know, the others, the blue cloths, didn't really take kindly to us killing their icon. Imagine that, by the way. Somebody's just coming in, striking down the one you worship, and is revered among your people. Like, actually, this thing cannot live because reasons. Faith bonus experience. Ah! Nibbles help. Oh my god, I'm getting slapped. Can I even do this? Can I maybe I can do this? Heavy? Try and kite it around? Oh no, there's no way. Okay, we're dipping. Come on, Nibbles. That wasn't gonna happen. You know, sometimes the tactical retreat is all that you want to do. When you kind of fight off, oops, a little much, more than you can chew. Oh, you just got stunned, interesting. Then it's fine to dip on out of there sometimes. Not, you know, cowardly or the smart thing to do. That point. Right. That wasn't too bad. Oh, we have the ice bear. Whee! So much fun in that animation. Oh yeah, of course. Thank you for queuing it. That was nice. Ah shit, this is not the way up. Oh, where was it again? Here, I think. People doing it? No. Look at how jolly it gets when it does it. Whee! So funny. I'm not rushing it, Yusuf, so I have no clue. And yeah, if it happens kind of thing for me. And I think low-key, it's kind of smart for me personally to not do it, to not push it, because I'm such a small streamer myself, you know. I don't have a lot of subs, and I'm not willing to rush it and sort of contest with the bigger fish. That makes sense. On top of that, I feel like whenever Endwalker is live, people are probably not as inclined to watch streams as much. when they're not ahead of the streamer, right? Because they wanna first impressions, like I think going in this blind in, you know, a new expansion, new story, I think is so important. So unless you play a lot more than the streamer that you like to watch and follow around for Endwalkers, and you always stay ahead of him or her or them, I don't think a lot of people will tune in to streams when you're doing main story quest. But it's like, I think it would be smart that, you know, when everybody is enjoying Endwalker, I'm still chilling and playing some Shadowbringers, which is, I think, the best content as a viewer, like viewing experience-wise. From what I heard, it's very emotional, and there's been a lot of apparently amazing responses from different players playing that, and I think that makes for a good viewer experience, right? So, like, in the back of my mind, I'm also thinking, like, wouldn't it be better for me to still be in Shadowbringers when everybody's playing Endwalker, kind of thing? And for me to then push it and be in Endwalkers when everybody else is in Endwalker seems like almost like shooting myself in the foot, if you know what I mean. Because A, I'll be rushing content to probably make it, because there's not a whole lot of time left until it releases. And then I don't have a lot of time for optional stuff. As well as I will be going to Ireland for a week coming up soon. Not next week, or not this week, but next week. I'll be gone for an entire week in Ireland. And so I'm not even sure if it's realistic for me to say, like, oh yeah, I'm going to be ready for Endwalker. Probably not. That would be my answer. Yeah, I'm going with my high school friends, actually. They're like, yeah, we haven't really seen each other in a long time. So this is one of my high school friend groups. Two of them are actually from primary school as well. That we every so often do something fun with together. And then they were like, let's go to Ireland. Do you want to come? And I was like, I'm not sure if I can get the week off, but if I can, sure. You know, it was kind of a bit of a spur of the moment thing. And yeah, we have flight tickets, and we have a car rented, and the first few nights hotels and Airbnbs are booked. So I'm excited. Flying to Dublin and then going to the south part of Ireland, and then slowly back up. They've kind of, I don't know, done the research on highlights and stuff that we're gonna see. High school was chill and all, but I don't know. I just didn't like high school as like the school part of it. I didn't like. I remember being very careless and playing a lot of RuneScape and World of Warcraft. That was the chill part, I guess. Now, most of that has been replaced with a lot of work. Adult stuff. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? I'm not sure if you have a house or other payments that need due, but like for me, you know, I have this apartment, so I have a mortgage, so yeah, gotta pay the rent or the mortgage or whatever other, you know, responsibilities that you have. Have you ever read anything about some of the theory? You're still a bachelor student, right? Yeah, I'm 30. So I'm past that as well. Wait, what? Oh, that's because I actually attacked it and it despawned. I was like, what is this pop-up? Still got a little bit of a reward for that. Much adulting, yeah. Many Sag. Oh man. My nose is getting more and more stuck. What the hell? I really noticed though, I'm not sure if you guys ever noticed that, but when you're sick, and like you have like a cold or your nose is stuck and you're like sneezing a lot, it's worse during the morning and during the evening for me. I don't know why that is. There's probably an explanation for it, but like, I don't know it. Also, they still have Kryl, so you have to kind of hurry up. Oh no, I hope they don't experiment on Kryl too. Make her some kind of weird brainwashed Lalafell cyborg. Kind of forgot about that. Because he wanted her alive. Captured her alive, so... Oh boy. Now I cannot unsee Mango. But it's Nago. Thanks, Quasi, I guess. But, I mean, we also have Jane Mango, which is Alps's fiance. Really kind person. Very chill. They prepared a feast for us, huh? That's sweet. There's a lot of Mikote here in this camp. Wow. Somehow this chicken is really low res. That was interesting. Yeah, pure chicken. That's really low res, yeah. Yep. How it goes. Instead of like, oh, that was really well cooked. That was a really low res chicken. Or really high res. Like 4K. Oh, we have a moment with Lise. I wish this was voice acted though. The music here is really good to set the tone. We just hug her already. I don't know why that is. I mean, I had somebody else come in my chat as well and say like, yeah, I didn't really care for Lise that much, but like, I just wish this was voice acted, that's all. I feel like she's it's an interesting concept, but maybe a lot of people cannot identify with it because it almost feels like, oh, she's blaming herself for a lot of things. But she's blaming herself for stuff like, I wish I was older. Like, I wish I was born earlier so I could do something when that all transpired. You know? And it's like, blaming yourself for things that you cannot control is like the stupidest thing you can do. But we all do it. And that's something that I do identify with. Not so much like, oh, I wish I was, you know, here to do this when this or this happened. Like, you know. Jokingly... People always, I don't know if this joke is made anywhere else, but apparently Hitler was kicked out of art school in Austria or something. And then sometimes, you know, people say like, oh, you know, they should have kept him in art school so he could like do something good and positive with his emotions, kind of thing. But like, and the comparison I'm trying to make is that like, nobody could have ever known. He was probably a prick at that school and he got kicked off for it, you know. But like, I feel like a lot of people have the tendency to blame themselves for their situation, or for situations that occur or like happen to you almost, when it's outside of your control. And I feel like that's what Lise is, and that's why I think she's a good character. But I guess when we're gaming, we don't want those feels. We're like, I guess Lise reminds us of maybe things that we kind of want to shrug under the rug and like want to hide, you know, like, oh, actually I do that too. And those are complexes that we build up. I don't know, it's an interesting thing to talk about. And I don't know, I look for a bigger meaning, because I on the surface Lise was like, you know, not that interesting, especially in the ARR. She was more of a side scion than like one of the main ones, you know, taking the stage. But now she's getting her the attention, and even though she's like, I guess not the most clever character, and she's kind of upfront and jolly, and she's like, you know, more of a doer than a thinker. I like that about her. I don't know. I think she's a good character. And then now you get to sort of understand where she's coming from. And I like that she's pushing back against stuff. Like, she's trying to, I guess, find redemption. Yeah. But it's like, I think she's trying to find, like, I guess she wants redemption. She wants to be freed of that guilt feeling. I feel like she's a character that, you know, carries a lot of guilt. Like, oh, I wasn't there to protect my father and help my sister in the battle. If only I could, kind of thing. And I feel like she's trying to do whatever she can to make sure that what her father and sister fought for actually becomes real, and that their sacrifices have not been in vain, kind of thing. And that's a very strong drive and motivator, I think. Like, that is, you know, that is something that I can unite behind. And I think too many people sleep on Lise for that, because they don't think about this. And probably they were so hyped for Heavensward, and then, you know, they get so excited for Shadowbringers that they don't stop and smell the roses and actually think that. Because I think Stormblood has been an excellent expansion so far. And I like these moments of handbrake. You know, when you're like, wait a minute. You know, we've had them with Yugiri. We've had them with Gosetsu before he kind of died. Because I don't think he's actually dead, now that I think of it. But like, and it's like, you know, these moments, I don't know, I think it's... Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. I don't know enough about my Harry Potter lore. I just know that Helga Hufflepuff is the blue and black one. Right? Ravenclaw's yellow and black, and then Gryffindor is the red and black, and Slytherin is the green and black. Yeah, I guess I'm also more of an underdog appreciator. I would probably be a Ravenclaw. Oh no, wait, yeah. I don't know. But yeah, that's an whole other universe. But I can see where you're coming from with that, yeah. And this is, you know, what she's describing is like the hopelessness of war and conflict and meaningless death and, like, you know, conquest. Because it does go on and on. I don't know what my character is doing here, but you'd have to ask them, like... He's like pushing it away, like, I don't know. There's no justice, just us. Wait, am I flirting with her if I say this? What's going on? I feel like this would be a hug moment. Make it happen, Square Enix. You know, for Endwalker, we would like some more interaction with our scions and our posse. See, and these moments, you know, thanks for listening. I know I'm rambling, but I feel better somehow. This actually works. Venting. Yeah, too many. All I can say is too many people sleep on these and what she says and does. Because she's portrayed, especially in the beginning, like sort of more of a dummy. Like a bit of a... I guess... I don't want to say that she's not smart in her own right. Because she's, like, different. Smart than, I don't know, tactical. Or she's more upfront and more direct. But I think she's a good character. And she handles topics that I think... we should maybe give another thought before we say like, she's kind of a boring character. Didn't care for her. Yeah, and also under the ruse of being Ida as well. Under that mask. Yeah, I guess they did. That's true. I mean, she's introduced as Ida, and then, you know, in Stormblood, she does become a different character. Right, yeah. Yeah, she's definitely a different character. It was really drastic, that's true. But I wonder if we... so let's say there was no Ida, and we would meet Lise like this. Would we still consider her, you know, kind of a mad character? I don't know. I wonder as well. I didn't like Ida that much. Ida was mysterious and like, I don't know. As Ida, I didn't really care for her. Because I didn't have a personal connection. Because it was just a mask. Like, okay, it was clearly like some fighter chick, you know, who would bust everybody's balls. It was kind of bickering with Papilimo constantly. I was like, oh yeah, that's fine. But it's more a character than a personality, you know. And now she's kind of a, you know, she's still a character, but like, I feel like she has more personality. But it's definitely not Ida, that's for sure. Yeah, that's true. The true dummy. Yeah. She's like a bit of she's just I think she's more of a doer than a thinker. But it's not as like much of a yeah, a dummy as maybe before, that's true. They're arguing about cooking, huh? I remember you being a master culinarian. True. Sure. So that is, I think, travel. All of them except, yeah, perfect. And one of them we still have to turn in. Or actually finish. Yeah. Right, Mender. Sure. Thanks. Okay. Wait, there's another blue quest? Okay. So that didn't give me any clue of what this is gonna unlock. But yeah. Also didn't realize this is here. That's pretty cool. Can you fish in these? Probably not, right? I was looking, is that a head shape? A jump here, yeah. Thank God this game, you know, they don't kill you with fall damage, unless you're in combat, obviously, but... Yeah, well, yeah, that would have been unfortunate indeed, because I would end up, I think, in... I think my home's still, Ishgard, probably. So I would end up in Ishgard. I think. Check, I never really said another home. Foundation, yeah. I actually completed that already. This is probably an optional dungeon. Oh, it's not. Wait, in that case... Ah, shit, I kinda have to go there. Okay. I have to pee real bad. Sorry about that. Be right back. Okay, I think this is gonna send me into a new area. Yeah. Oh. Hopefully there's a teleporting ether crystal close by.
I remember how they laughed. Alliance and Resistance soldiers, eager for battle, trading jokes as we marched east towards the peaks. Beyond this last line of defenses lay the locks and the city. Breaching it would be no small feat. But we beat the Imperials back, just like that. And we liberated a village, the first of many.
That we did. Everybody's gathering at the peaks, huh? Oh, jeez, that's not even close at all. And then we probably have slow mounts here again. Yup. But again, really cool area. This almost reminds me of Salt Flats. At least we have to be here, so I can attune here, teleport back, and get the flying in the other zone. Love the music as well. Wait, it's covered. Yeah, I'll pass. Thanks. I mean, it's a good way to sort of appreciate zones where you first have to, you know, make your way walking, exploring it, before you get to fly around in it. I think it's a good thing. Huh. There we go. Also, these cannons, I cannot take them serious. They kind of look like, you know, one of those cannons that would fire clowns in a circus. Don't know why, but it looks so much like a toy. Wow. I just got an armor piece, and they're already giving me armor pieces. Again. That's insane. It's insane how quickly you cycle through your gear. That looks pretty cool. back here. More like mortar cannons, yeah, true. I suppose you're right. Oh, look who it is. Whee! Can't even... yeah. Yay! Phew! Flying unlocked. Look. So what's that gonna do? What's it called? A new contender. Did I just... wait, what's... oh, that's crafting. Like, what's Ed? I think I see him down here. He's squatting. Swaggering. I wonder what this is that I'm unlocking here. What? What, you want a duel, bitch? Didn't even touch him. Okay. I like this little lantern hooked to his belt, I guess. That's cool. Thank you. Oh, that's the seeking answers one. There's a lot to come back to here. I don't think this needs that right now. Okay. Anyway, we have the flying. That's what I came for. A bit all over the place, but I thought it might be an optional dungeon. I said, yeah, sure, if it's that quick, but it seems like this has quite a lot of steps. So I'm just gonna continue main story quest for now. Ah, shit, I didn't do ether currents here. I always forget when I'm new in the zone. I feel like we are not a whole lot with Alfino this whole expansion. It's really just the girls, Lise and Alize. We get a meanwhile cutscene. It's loading something. Ah, here we go. Okay, is that the experiment that's being done on her? Are we gonna see it now? Oh, I think we are. Ooh. Not the slightest bit creepy at all. Wait, is that body bagged? Are they doing something to Kryl?
Let us see. So, she lives. Impressive. Or merely lucky, though that too may prove a useful trait.
My lord, what have you done to me?
Though we Garleans are intellectually and physiologically superior in almost all respects, we lack the hereditary traits required for the reliable manipulation of ether, hence our unique inability to wield magics. This deficiency, for want of a better word, saw us subjected to decades of oppression by the lesser races, and we were eventually driven to seek shelter in the cold northern reaches of Ilsabard. Fortunately, said region was replete with vast deposits of ceruleum, which proved instrumental in the development of Magitech, a revolutionary technology conceived to compensate for our disadvantage.
Yes.
It was with Magitech that we grew strong, that our nation became an empire. Yet, ultimately, this was an extrinsic solution to an intrinsic problem. What I wanted was not a crude device to be used in lieu of magic. Through modification of the Garlean genome, I argued that it might be possible to enhance a subject's ability to manipulate ether, effectively empowering them to wield magics. Alas, my theories were met with consternation in the Imperial Court. Only Lord Xenos, with commendable foresight and wisdom, deigned to support my research.
You gave me this treatment, but I'm not Garlean.
Alamegan, through and through. What you have been granted is far greater than mere magic. Before that lesser light, it is as a second sun.
I am informed that Alagiri was recently occupied by the Resistance, and that an attack on Specular Imperatoris is considered imminent. This could provide an ideal opportunity to test her performance in the field.
Your skulls, was it? They have joined the garrison at the Watchtower?
Yes, my lord. By your leave, I would rendezvous with them and lead a counterattack against the insurgents.
No. Even were you to leave now, you would not arrive in time. There is another duty I would entrust to you.
And we don't get to hear that. Who else is in those capsules? Besides Kryl. Oh shit, Tancred's there.
Found you.
Thank God for that. Where'd everybody go? Everybody else left? Insane. Already getting another. The item rewards is a bit confusing because I just received a chest and I'm already getting another chest piece upgrade for my next reward. Like, I feel like I just got this half-gate one. Wow. What is that mount? Looks like a fire yeti. Huh. Interesting. Projack's favorite mount. It looks pretty funny. Ah shit, ether currents. Keep forgetting about the northeast. Well, I'll just do this first then. Ah, there's also one west. Of course she would. Not sure. Let me actually check. Rank 6. Oh, well, would you look at that? That sounds like something that he could use. Oh, there it is. You're so slow. I just unlocked flying in the other zone too, and I'm like, derp, 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 in this one. Wow. That looks like a massive demon. Holy shit. Wait, oh, you reset. I don't want to attack him though. That's a cool design. Pretty bulky too.
Come now, father. You lured the fool onto my blade, and do not try to deny it.
Our work here is all but done. What of Conrad and his men?
They are for the main tower. The skulls have offered fierce resistance thus far, but Conrad seems to believe he can convince them to lay down their arms.
Then we will tend to the stragglers down below. With me!
Report.
Enemy forces have overrun the lower facilities and appear to be mounting an assault on the main tower. We have already received a request for reinforcements. A unit of legionaries has been mustered and is ready to depart. They await your orders, Commander.
Stand down.
Commander?
Tell them to stand down.
Commander, if I may, our people, your people are still in there. They will be slaughtered.
You think I don't know that? I want nothing more than to help them. To lead the bloody charge. But I have my orders. Lord Xenos said no reinforcements. He would have us use the main cannon to destroy the installation.
What? Killed our own soldiers? You must be mistaken.
Mayhap you'd like to ask Lord Xenos yourself. I thought not. Initiate the firing sequence. Wars are won on the backs of the dead. Theirs and ours. There is no truth but this. We must remain firm and resolute and always, always do our duty. Now, give the order.
Initiate firing sequence.
Aye, aye. Initiating firing sequence. Release safety locks. Deploy main cannon.
Ransford, Rudolph, Emlyn. For us. For our people. For our future.
I need you to confirm the target, Commander.
Specula Imperatoris, main tower. Fire when ready.
long-range artillery.
Those treacherous bastards. Their people were still fighting. Full retreat! Now! Relay the orders!
Understood. All forces retreat! I repeat, all forces retreat!
Conrad! Conrad, speak to me!
It was all so sudden. Conrad had just convinced the last few skulls to surrender when we heard the bang and everything started to shake. We carried the survivors to safety, but Conrad's... We have done what we can for him. All that remains is to pray.
Conrad?
Is that you, Lise? I can't see a damn thing. Well, that's that then. Time's up.
What are you talking about? You'll be on your feet before you know it.
It's all right, Lise. I've lived long enough. But listen, I want you to lead the resistance in my stead.
Oh, my bad. Huh. Yeah, it was.
Don't say another word. You'll recover. We'll recover. We'll bring freedom to Alamigo together. We're not going to stop here.
No, you won't. Everything we've built, everyone we've brought together, I know you'll show them the way.
Man, he can't just die like that.
Not because you're Curtis's daughter or Ida's sister, but because you're you. Because you're you.
Yeah, I do like the callback from minor characters as well. With the Steps of Faith. That was a cool fight. I love that encounter. We got help from my friends.
To freedom.
And he's not injured. He only has some dust in his
I
eyes.
will, Conrad. I will. I promise.
We already knew that Conrad was gonna ask Lise to do it. I remember from a previous talk, but that, like, this is so sudden, man. Another resistance member gone. Internal bleedings. Oh, he probably got heavy stuff on him. Yeah. Another one gone.
Next round, double the charge.
Conrad was like daddy, granddaddy resistance. Now, Lise has to lead them, huh? Forgot that Estinian was also kind of getting involved.
We are needed.
I forgot about it. Oh, Estinian. Holy shit.
Cerulean pipeline.
Impossible! How can one man... Shoot the bastard! Shoot him!
Is his weapon fused with Nidhogg right now? What?
My lance has slain far greater beasts.
True.
You're welcome, boy.
Is he talking to us?
Notify all units! I want that intruder found! And get the engineers to fix my bloody cannon!
Oh, to Alfie. Okay, I was like, wait, who are you calling boy? Just as much an Azure Dragoon as you are. Well, were. We both were. Who are you calling boy, buddy? Well, rip. Urmanago. She's at a far stronger bond with Conrad than I ever would. Nibbles, it's kind of disrespectful to stand on the dead, you know? Jeez. Somebody learn this chicken some manners. Come here, Nibbles. Don't stand on it. Ah, that would be bad. Wow. He is, but Conrad, no. Oh, I'm a large boat. Wait, what? Why aren't they helping? Oh. Because he's an Imperial. Yup. They fired a freaking cannon at your face, my dude. You chose the wrong side. Wait, north? No, I cannot go there yet. Okay. German bulkhead. Alright. Why are you out here? Guess he just ran from the debris as much as he could. Okay, more south. Closing in. The mood suits are like really badass looking demons, to be honest. But there it is. I spy with my little eye. Ether current. A round one. Manago. Almost keep seeing mango. That is a problem, yeah. They are willing to launch it on their own men, and yeah, thanks. But we have Estinian. We had Estinian. We don't know that yet. That's nice. That's really beautiful. What the fuck? Look at that answer. I suppose someone's gonna keep it out of harm's way. I am becoming like the... I can have the option to become like a real digbag. Jeez. It could be, but like, what the hell? I guess it is, because otherwise it's like, why? Oh wow. Righty. Fifth base with climbing gear. Oh, it's like a recon mission, I guess. Can I even go up here? What's this purple? Oh. That's fine. Wait, do we have the same target? Awkward head. Get it up there, shall we? Oh shit! Like Noah's Ark. Eh. Exactly. Be yourself. Well, the plan. Wonder if Justinian saw us there. Very red looking axe. Northeast will be more that way, okay. Oh, we do. Pippin, how you doing? Also, what happened to Yustola? I wonder, because we saw Kryl. We saw Thancred. But not Yustola yet. Alright. Do this. Are you ready? Oh shit, I missed one. This is forthright manner. You mean direct? I like it. Is my thing already full? Wait, what? Is that not an upgrade? Oh, I cannot wear it yet. Because I'm 66 and it's a 60. Okay, I was like, wait, what? A red one. Looks more like a stick than a rapier. The answer courage. Got it. Sure, I'll give you a hand. No worries. Makes sense. Oh, bot. Right? Exactly. Like a circus attraction. You know? Yeah, your weapon and shield kind of give it away. Also, but wait. He's just turned from the Guardian, but I don't see the thing on his forehead. That marks the Guardians for being Guardians. Oh. Also, why do I get a say in this? Maybe we just hand him two, and then we'll see. Oh, did I? Oh, yeah. So sometimes when I have to sneeze or snort or whatever and cough, I mute it, but then I hit the button. But I'm like a bit confused because he did side with the wrong, you know. But these people want to protect him still? I mean, it's noble. I'll tell you that much. That tells a story. Suppose he's a good guy, huh? That got caught up in circumstances. Northeast. 400 east. Okay, so that's straight down there. Well, we're not going there. This must have been like a beautiful large building at some point. Look at it. Good play. People are fighting the big baddie. I think we should help out. It's like 9 million HP. Holy moly. I'm guessing that is a max level player that's tanking it. They don't seem to take a lot of damage. Yeah. That's a really big fate boss, yeah. Crazy. Probably gives a minion, right? Or something. Yo, he just throws him. Is that a blue mage? That's pretty badass. Let's activate our step again. Yeah. Yo, what the hell? Look at that. Oh god. Got him. Yeah, that's a blue mage tanking. Oh, you also switched to blue mage. This is like a long ass fight, holy moly. Kinda random that this guy was here to start it. Imagine he deceives. Not a lot of procs during my crit thing. Oh well. That happens sometimes. That's I guess the downside of a proc-based build. Although I do like it. You know, Dancers feels very nice. I don't know. Hard to explain. It's just fun to me. That the rotation is not necessarily set in stone, depending on whether you get a proc. Okay, here they come. Jesus. Okay, they're all being frozen, that's good. And we continue. Good for practicing rotation. Especially for longer fights. Oh shit. Didn't mean to hit that one. Oops. Alrighty. Getting closer. Just got a little sidetrack here. His boss, yeah. But I think it's kind of nice to try longer fights, like rotations out. I noticed that I still look a lot at my action bar. Oh nice, you can interrupt those, I didn't even realize. Somehow I had the feeling he wasn't interruptible. Because, you know, big bad boss. You got him. Got him. I think we just got an item from that too. Yeah, we did. Megan Barding. Wait, that's sick. Hold on. Oh, that's not the right one. Ah, shit. Yo, that's the actual barding. Bullerbird. So that one dropped the barding, that's pretty cool. What are the legs like? Yeah, they're alright. Cool. Alright. Let's head on over where we are actually going. That's probably gonna be the last quest I do for the day. Then I'm gonna go and cook some dinner and get in bed on time. Hopefully wake up, you know, sort of rested tomorrow. Because we have work again. Give me a bunch of Moogle event tombs. Oh. Really? Oh, that's from the what's the blazing thing called again? Actually, I want to do that because that quest gives the sick jacket, no? The baseball looking jacket? Oh, wait. And now we interact. Because I feel like we're being attacked here. You mean savages? So, why did he say that it would save us time to doing it? Good reason to level. Oh yeah, that's pretty smart. What level is my red mage? Oh, I already 50. Put all of its equipment away. That's a bit awkward. I'm a naked red mage. Yeah, not a bad idea. But sitting through all of that though, 10 runs. Ooh, that's a time sink. This is like 45 minutes, no? Naked dragon, yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think his name is like Seat the Scaleless or something. So I just called him Naked Dragon. I thought it'd be funny. Oh yeah. That is a long aggro range. These griffins. Why are you so mad at me? Huh? Wait, withdraws from battle? Oh, timed out probably. I cannot. This looks like one of the bosses from the thing we did earlier. Okay, here we go. Mount Yorn. So once we go... Okay, so that's over there. Yeah, I kinda go there, yeah. Wait, is giraffes? Oh, it's like a mix of a giraffe and a camel. Look at that. They call it Jamel. That's a good name for it. That looks more like a work camp, yeah. Spear at Mage Arm. No. Trident looking thing. Fist weapons. Right. Courage. No? Inside? Outside? Oh, it's actually the entire town. Ah, that shit. Young Hell's Guard. One with courage, I suppose. Did that do it? Oh yeah. Alright. Righty. Southwest, that's actually really close. Probably, well, there somewhere. Dark World. Huh, that's helpful. Sure, material. We got B. Oh, level 70 dancer. Was that a title? No. Oh, there we go, level 70. Can I, ah, shit. Okay. Yeah. Guess I got a level warrior. Yeah, good time to stop. Yeah, exactly. That's my thought too. Also, look at this awesome sundown. Orange painted skies. But yeah, I'll have to level the warrior a bit, because he needs to catch up. But yeah, that's a good time to quit. Do I care for the rested experience? Not really. So little. Alrighty. I am going to be cooking some dinner and taking it a bit slow. Maybe watch, you know, a little bit of YouTube myself, and then call it a night in like 1.5 hours or so. Thank you for tuning in and hanging out. I know it must be like really late for you right now, Chiwai. Like ridiculously late. You've probably been fucking up the whole night now, just because of hanging out in the stream. So yeah, I appreciate that. You don't have to do that, you know that, right? Just making sure. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Hope I feel a lot better tomorrow, or Wednesday is probably going to be the next stream, because tomorrow I gotta work until like 9:30, something like that. So yeah, I just want to make sure that I rest. You know, if I sleep deprive myself, that's not going to help my recovery either. So making sure that I'm in bed on time. But again, thank you guys for tuning in and chatting it up. My pleasure, as always. I had a lot of fun. Interesting turn of events. I'm very curious to see what they did to Leader of the Skulls. Fondalo? I don't remember her name exactly. But yeah, the Wildling. Skulls leader. But yeah, we'll find out, I guess, on Wednesday. So probably when I'll be streaming next. Wednesday evening. But yeah, again, thank you for tuning in. Have a great night. Sleep well. Rest well, Chiwai. I know you must also be really tired. And maybe catch you on the next one.